Hello, everyone. Hello. The doctor is here. Oh, that chat's a little long. Okay, let me move that a little bit. Let me move that up a little bit. Don't worry about that. Hello, everyone. Hello there, lovely doctor. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in to the character design clinic. My nurse is unfortunately absent today, but that's fine. I'm a big, strong doctor. I can do everything myself. Dr. Fincher's Dr. Gupp. Dr. Gupp is on paid leave after medical malpractice issues. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, I don't have my alerts on this fucking screen. Shit. One second, I can fix this. I fucking forgot my alerts. One second. I totally fucking forgot. Shut up, it's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. I got this. There we go. Don't worry about that. Everything's good. Cool. They will appear from now on. I don't think I can replay that. Can I? No. Either way, Ace, thank you so much for the sub. Happy 16 months. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Is it too late for a submission? Thought I didn't have anything to share, but I started playing Monster Hunter Wild, and I remembered that I have some screenshots of a couple Monster Hunter Rise fashion that I would like to submit to the clinic. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free. I have no idea how many patients we're going to be able to see today. So if the stream isn't over, feel free to keep submitting things to the, you'll be at the bottom of the list, but I can be bribed if you want your character to come to the top. I do accept bribes. Thank you. I like the part where the nurse takes your blood pressure. My fucking nurse is gone. He's not fucking here. So you only have me, Dr. Trentath. We'll do Femme Trumpus as well, and if so, becomes a regular thing. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy if this goes well. I would be happy to continue doing this forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. But I'm very excited about this. So everyone, welcome in to the CDC, the Character Design Clinic. This is my office. I hope you like it. So what are we going to be doing here today? Today we are going to be you lovely guppies have made appointments from some of your favorite characters and your OCs, and thus we are going to talk about them. We're all going to learn about good character design, and I'm going to critique your character designs and or the character designs of some of your favorite characters. And we're all going to learn about them, what makes them good, what makes them bad, where do we think that they could possibly be improved. Maybe they're just perfect. Who knows? So, sorry, I'm scrolling through my appointment list here because, again, my fucking nurse is gone. Let's start off up at the top. Okay. Can I bribe you to do mine first with a very polite please and thank you? No. I only accept money. Or like copious amounts of food. I love food. Okay. First up, a submission from DJ Roxy has made this appointment for this particular character. Let me just make sure that they will be all centered on screen. This is our first patient, everybody! Everybody say hello to Pomni from Digital Circus, so I am told from the paperwork that is right here. She's the main protagonist of her show. She is shy and very anxious and has shown empathy towards her friends. Okay, that's not a lot of information to go off of. So, as our first subject... What subject? What? No, never. Where's my pointer? Here's my pointer. Okay, Pomni, welcome in. Welcome in. We're going to take a very good care of you. This is a first impressions. It's a pretty good character design, in my humble opinion. I don't have a lot of information to go off of based off of the paperwork that was submitted. Digital Circus, though, obviously makes sense. She seems to be some sort of jester. Shy and anxious seem to be her main character traits. With empathy towards her friends. It seems like a normal thing for a protagonist. So we're going to ignore that little bit. So this is very clearly a more cartoonish style. Her universe is very much so more cartoonish, and that's okay. We can work with this. I think my main critiques are if she's supposed to be shy and anxious, the only way that is really coming across in this character design is her expression. And her expression can change. Obviously, if she is an animated character, I'm presuming she's an animated character, and this isn't like a fucking still or something. Her expression will be changing, though. So if her main character traits are that she is shy and anxious, I would want to adjust parts of her facial features. The blushies, I think, are really cute. I personally would try and experiment with maybe lowering the blushies a little bit, purely to make room for maybe some gentle eye bags. I think that could work really nicely. And you could probably stylize them pretty sharply to make them look like it fits. Because this is this seems to be very angular. It's a very shaped character design, right? So you would want everything else to also be very shaped. So I would try and go for like a very sharp sort of eye bag. Try and experiment with that. See how it is. Really sell the anxiousness, I think, would be good. Other than that, she's pretty simple. So I think she's pretty good. I don't really have any particular critiques. I would maybe play with making these pom-poms a bit bigger. Just to sell like a sort of cartoonish aspect to everything. But other than that, I think she's really good. Normally, I would not suggest doing this much with all of these colors, but they're so big and blocky, right? And again, this is a very cartoonish character design style, which is totally okay. You can make it work. Normally, I wouldn't suggest all of these colors, but I think they work really well together. They have been kept simple by using some primary colors, red, blue, yellow. Yeah, and it's almost like the blues and the reds are almost the same color, if that makes sense. And then the yellow is used as an accent, so the whole thing's balanced very, very well. I really like it. I don't have much else to go off of to critique this character, as of like what her role in the story as main protagonist. That doesn't tell me too much. But I think I think this was a worthwhile checkup, but I think she's pretty good. Here, you know what we can do? You know what we can do, everyone? Watch this shit. Watch this fucking shit. You can take them into my lab. Into my fucking lab. Okay. Character, right? So what I was talking with before, and this might not work, right? It's all about trying things. What I would try to do, I think, this is gonna look, I'm doing this with a mouse, so this is gonna look a little fucky. Yeah, I would try and smooth that out a little bit. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Just blur it a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Whoops. I'm just gonna blur that out. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I would try. I think I would probably go red here. So I'm just gonna screen grab that. And I would try. Ooh, that's a thick brush. I would try and go for like a thick, angular sort of eye bag. Maybe even And I think it kind of sells the jester makeup as well. Maybe we go a bit more rounded, a little bit more angular. Add another bit right there. Is this perfect? I don't know, but hey, it's an idea, and that's all that matters. And then try for like blushies down here. Again, really selling the I think the clown, the eye makeup, I think that would really help. So yeah, that's what I would try. So yeah, that's my prescription if you wish to improve this character design. But honestly, I think it's pretty solid as is. I don't think it needs too much. Yeah. Let's get this shit out of here. Alright. Fuck you. Get out of my office. Thank you. The colors also help with contrasting with the themes of the show, which is cool art style as storytelling. I don't know anything about the show, and I'm going literally off of what has been put on the paperwork. So if it hasn't been included in the paperwork, I can't critique it, you know? So that's fine. Alright, who is our next client? Let's see if we can get them lined up here. Da 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 da. Alright, this client is not transparent. But it's fine. Alright, here is our next client. This is our submission. This appointment has been made by OG, who wrote in on his paperwork. This is Timothy. Oh my god, voice crack. Pardon me. This is Timothy Lawrence, a doppelganger. Handsome Jack's body action double. In fact, he was the first double Jack ever had. The man you see before you is torn apart, stitched back together to match Jack's image. On paper, the person he once was is dead. In his own words, so is he. Even more so because he has an explosive implant in his face, set to detonate if he ever tries to say his real name. Also to add, he went under all of this for student loans debt. Oh, fuck. Once Jack got his face branded by a hot vault symbol, he made sure all of the doubles got one to match his new face mask. Okay. Alright. That is fucked up. But I would expect nothing less from Borderlands. Let's just zoom in here a little bit. Okay, this is the character ever. So, this character is interesting because they are purposely made to look like a different character. Handsome Jack. I know him. I loathe him. So you can't really say much about the face, right? This character is very much so not their own. They are being forced to be someone else. And honestly, I think this design pulls it off very well because it's boring as fuck. It's boring as fuck, and that's fine, I think. Normally, I would say no, that's not fine, but that's fine because that is the purpose of this character. We have received this information that he's meant to look like somebody else. Timothy is not allowed to look like himself, especially with that face implant mask thingy. So yeah, I think being a body double for someone rich and famous, and not being allowed to be yourself, I think this is a pretty solid design. Because it's fucking boring. It's fucking boring. The hair, I think, is the only piece of visual interest here. Because, like, you got this really nice whoop, this really nice swoop here. I really like that. I think that's nice. Maybe a little bit of individuality while still looking like the person that he has to look like. But yeah, otherwise, this is fucking boring. Because he's nobody. And that's the point of the character. So, hell yeah, right? I think the one thing I am questioning is this little bit of blue on the shoes. I'm not really sure why there is this blue. I don't have any information on, like, if these are, like, rocket shoes or something that would explain the lights, but even if there was blue, I would want there to be a bit of blue everywhere else. Just, like, little bits, almost like a Warframe's, like, emissive lights. Like, maybe there'd be, like, a little bit of blue right there on the belt kind of thing. Or maybe, like, by the shoulder pads. or something. Like something really small, really subtle to carry that color throughout the rest of the character design. But otherwise, he's bland, he's boring, he's yellow. So what's with the tiny bit of blue down by the feet where nobody's gonna see that? Why'd you do that? You could have just left that bare, or you could have like made it yellow or something. Like, I don't know what that is. So yeah, I think that's my one critique for this character design. Yeah, otherwise I think, Timothy, I'm so sorry for your fate, but I think you are a good character design. You have this doctor's seal of approval. Yippee! Alright, get the fuck out of here! Alright, everybody, how are we feeling so far? How are we feeling? Sorry, coffee. The doctor's tired. Don't worry about it. Those boots are exclusive to the body double, and if I recall, the blue serves zero function at all. Yeah, what the fuck? That's stupid as shit. Fucking hate that. Too broke to afford matching shoes. That seems like a bit of a stretch personally, but what can you do? Alright, on to our next patient. Yeah, I think that patient was doing pretty good for themselves, visually. Obviously not in lore. But hey, everybody needs a character they could just beat the shit out of, you know? I think it's very healthy. Okay, our next character has, their appointment has been made by Omega. Let's see. You're not transparent, sir. How dare you? Okay, it's fine. Alright, let's read this paperwork. This is Goblin Slayer. He hunts goblins. He kills goblins. He only takes quests if goblins are involved or even suspected of being involved. He tries to learn all he can from everyone around him to better help him track, trap, and kill goblins. All because his hometown was destroyed and his sister killed by goblins when he was a boy. The man has only one goal, to kill all goblins. It's personal. Okay, sure. Sure, I'm not gonna question the lore. I'm not the lore doctor. I'm not the lore doctor. It's fine. This is a dude in a suit of armor. Don't know if this is what I would call good character design. Okay, to be fair, it's a solid suit of armor. I think my main gripe with this character is that if his whole thing is hunting goblins, it's not shown anywhere. Sure, he's like, his armor is banged up a little bit, but that could be from anything. That could be from anything. If his whole thing is hunting goblins, I would expect, like, just, like, a trophy or something somewhere. Maybe, some war paint, on the shield, I think could be really nice. Maybe, like, some feathers, or, like, fuck, if you want to get really grim with it, I don't know the tone of the show, though it seems a bit silly. Maybe, like, a fucking goblin head, like, either hanging off his hip or on his shoulder. Yeah, I mean, as a suit of armor, it's pretty good, I think, but that's boring. And this character obviously has a vendetta against goblins specifically, but that doesn't show up on him anywhere. Yeah, I think this could be the suit. Again, the armor looks good, but I think that this character could literally be picked up and dropped in any medieval fantasy show and look totally in place, which is not what we want. It's dark. Okay, that was not written on the paperwork. No one fucking. Shame on you for not putting that on the paperwork. But either way, even as a grim dark thing, where's the blood? Where's the viscera? Why isn't that on the character? Why does he look almost completely unscathed? Why isn't there trophies or indication of what he targets? Like the character is fine, but the character is boring. And unlike our previous candidate, this character's not supposed to be boring. They are, as Argus said, he's autistic. He has his favorite outfit, and a special interest is goblin killing. Where this character does not tell me that his special interest is goblin killing. I get it. I get the tism. Let's be real here. But where is it's not being shown up? His armor's covered in damage, though. That damage could be from anything. There is zero fucking indication that this is from goblins. That could be from another knight. That could be from a manticore with huge claws. That could be from an orc. I don't know. I don't. So I think that this character design could use a lot of work. Now I do believe this is from anime. So obviously you don't want to put in too many details, but even then I would say that point is a moot because the head is pretty fucking detailed. So I think, yeah, having some more designs on here indicative of the goblin part of the Goblin Slayer would be really good. If I didn't know it was a character named Goblin Slayer, I'd guess he fought knights. Yeah, I mean, knights usually fight knights, right? He doesn't kill for trophies, he kills them to kill them. He means of attack or someone would consider to be not honorable, but very resourceful. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That's not indicated anywhere. If his whole thing is to kill goblins, you need to indicate that on this character design. Because otherwise, again, I could pick this guy up and put him anywhere. He would fit right in a military outpost in Taros. You could probably put him down in a royal castle in Witcher. You'd probably be like, why are you so dirty if you're a royal knight? But that would work. Like, this guy is so fucking generic. I think that it could use some work. The only point of visual interest here, I think, is this plume, which I do really like. I really like that pop of red. So, yeah, I mean, it's a solid character design, but it's a solidly boring character design. Yeah, that's all I can say. It's really boring. And it doesn't portray the character and who they actually are, I think. This could be anyone. And that's an issue. To be clear, the design does communicate that he's boring and efficient. Yeah, he's boring and he does what he does, but I don't know what he does. And considering I believe he is the titular character of his anime, not great. Again, solid design, solidly boring. This man needs some help. So yeah, you may not agree with my diagnosis, but fuck you, I'm the doctor, you're not. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's move on to our next character here. We have two different images for this one, and this is an OC. Okay. Let's go with the transparent one first, though it's a bit... No, we're not going to pull up the second one. That's a chibi, as far as I can tell. Unable to save image. Fuck you mean? Now we got this. Reg, not reading all that. Sorry. We're moving on. Appreciate it, though. Okay. Let's see. We have a full character design ref here. Don't want to block it off too much because the points of interest are over here. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I should move it over more. Yeah, we don't really need to see. That's probably fine. Okay. This was submitted by Ace of Spades. Eridine, I hope I pronounced that right, the Devil of Conquest. For a basic summary, she's a rough and aggressive queen of the underworld / hell in my D&D campaign, very much set on testing the adventurers that bother her domain by fighting them, admittedly half-heartedly. Her angel wife does not like her killing the young heroes. In the campaign's primary iteration / form, she's one of 2 queens of lust, and her half of the other 7 sins is that she is the Lord of Pride, the first wrath, and envy most dire. That's a lot going on. That's a lot going on for one fucking character. Okay, I'm not the lore doctor, but I will say that's a bit Mary Sue-ish. Just a tad. Just a tad. She's got a lot going on. There's a lot of roles there that I think could be filled by other characters. But it's fine. Also, this design's really horny. I don't want to call it out too badly, but this is really horny. Which is fine. Which is fine if this character was only had to do with lust. She's got so many other things going off. She's got so many other things going on. But you can just, when you look at character designs, you can generally tell when someone designed a character with their dick rather than their brain. And that doesn't mean that characters designed with their dick are bad. That doesn't mean that. But, like, you can kind of tell that they kind of belong in a hentai or something, you know? Yeah. But, lore critiques aside, as I mentioned before, I'm not the lore doctor. You've got a lot of things going on here, I think, that could really use some work. I gotta say, first of all, I love the color and design of her hair. I think that's really pretty. I really do, in fact, love that. My main concern here is the silhouette, I think. Because you've got a lot of really interesting features that kind of blend into nothing. You've got forearms, but you can't see the forearms because the hair is so fluffy, so why bother at all? You've got these cool 4 horns, but again, from a silhouette perspective, which is very important for character design, you can't see these other ones, and they almost, with all of the other details, they almost blend into nothing. So again, what's the fucking point? Also, they probably impede her smooching prospects just a little bit. So I would second guess that. If you really want 4 horns, I would probably have this same design, but like hook it up more. I think that could work. I would experiment with that at the very least. I would probably also experiment with making her ears a bit bigger, or her hair a little less fluffy up here, so that can help define part of the silhouette. I have beef with this outfit. What the fuck are these? What the fuck is that? I don't know what that is. Is it meant to look like teeth? I can't tell. I don't know what else to say besides I don't like it. It's a weird bit of texture. I think that this design is a lot more solid than this one. This one's kind of weird. Not to my taste, which doesn't mean it's bad, but I'm confused at the very least. Like, teeth, maybe, but teeth don't look like that. Or maybe it's meant to emulate, like, the ribbing on, like, the top of a sock. But if so, why is there just a band of it here? Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit strange. I think this is more solid than this. This design... I really like the hooves, by the way. I think that's really a really interesting note. I would want to... I think my critique of this design would be to take this blue and bring it up. because it almost doesn't belong. You need to have this come up somehow. I would maybe think about, I don't know if there's any significance towards this pendant up here at all, but I would think about maybe making a blue jewel in the pendant. That could work, to bring it up there. I think that could be nice. Yeah, otherwise there's not really a lot of other availability, because obviously horny is a big part of this, so you wouldn't want to get rid of the rips or the short shorts or the shirt that isn't doing anything. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what to do here. I think that's a jacket back there. I would probably think about changing the color of that, because it looks like it's the same color as her forearms and her horns, and it kind of blends in there. I would at the very least change it, or at least try to change it to make it the same as the color of this shirt, question mark, though it's more of just a bra, and one that looks like it's about to burst. Jesus fuck. Yeah, I think color is the big weakness of this one, but I definitely prefer this one to this one. I'd also consider adding more gold accents, I think, instead of just going with these spiked punk bracelets everywhere, which again, I would probably definitely get rid of them off of this one, because again, for smooching purposes, you're just going to hurt the person you're smooching. I would consider adding more gold bands and rings. I think that, maybe not getting rid of all of them. But it's very punk, right? And I think a big point of punk would be the asymmetry. So adding more bands of gold, different types of bands of gold, would be very, very fitting, I think. I think that would help her out a lot. And then again, I'm worried for her angel life with these spikes here. So I would probably get rid of the spikes specifically there, just for practicality reasons, and replace them with gold bands and jewels there. But yeah, I would play more with asymmetry a little bit, because if she's a demon queen? Yeah. Maybe some sort of, maybe like a small tiara or something to indicate that she's royal, because right now she looks like any other demon. But hey, that's not completely necessary. But something to indicate her status. Maybe that's how tall she is in comparison to other demon characters. That could work. Or even, yeah, just more gold. More gold is usually a good signifier of that someone has status. No, it's not necessarily always. But I think more gold would definitely help her. I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this. I have a bad habit of monochrome outfits. You can make monochrome outfits work, though. Arguably my outfit's monochrome. Yeah. One idea, turn the lower two horns into a crown. Yeah, absolutely. The shirt's doing one thing, teasing you. Yeah, absolutely. Again, I'm not the lore doctor, but in my humble opinion, I think this character would be a lot easier to design if she had less going on. If she's what? Okay, Queen of Lust, Lord of Pride, First Wrath, and Envy Most Dire. That's like half of all of the 7 deadly sins. Like, you could make other characters to fill those roles and make them look like they fill those roles, you know? And then again, she's very clearly horny, so you could go all in on the horny without needing to worry, how do I represent that she's the Lord of Pride and Envy Most Dire and First Wrath and blah blah blah. Because Wrath, I don't see this at all. This is just horny. And again, not a bad thing. You can, good character design is important, even in a hentai. But I would personally want to strip down and simplify her lore, so that you can really make her character design show that off. Yeah, it's very clearly, you can just tell that the artist was really horny. So the lust part is less important as it's a shared seed. Yeah, I would consider removing that and just making her, again, the artist's really horny. So I would consider maybe making that her single role, because again, if you want to fuck this demon, go off. She is hot. I would let her do things to me. But I think she's got way too much going on. So I would pick one role and then design her around that. Because if, say, like, you go with the first Wrath kind of thing, no, just all of this, no. You could take the base character thing and still give her big fucking honkers, but you would probably want to lean more into rebellion and sharp and maybe cover her up a little bit more kind of thing. Yeah. Horns are very grabbable. And I love horns in a design. I do genuinely love the horns. I would be worried for her partner with these. And I think Koma's idea of maybe making them into a crown, maybe it comes up or something. I would maybe consider up then out. I think that could be cool, but I'm concerned for her partner, the practicality of these. Yeah. So yeah, that, I think you need to solidify her lore first, and then the character design will follow. And if you want, maybe design her with a little less horny in mind, if you don't want her to be horny. If you don't want that to be her entire character, because obviously there's a lot going on here. And I think I saw something about that this is like a tribal outfit. If this is a tribal outfit, I would probably want a lot more patterns on it. I would probably consider doing away with the beige. The beige, it invokes like, oh my god, what's it called? It's evoking like the Virgin Killer sweater for me, like something soft and cozy. But then you've got, I think I saw that these were beads. Yeah, I would want more tribal patterns, maybe something blocky. But even then, oh, here, you know what? This is a good opportunity to talk about a very important part of character design. So, when you are designing a character, you have 3 shapes to keep in mind. You have square, circle, and triangle. Every good character should comprise mostly of 2 of those shapes. And those shapes should be evoked throughout the character. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean like strictly circles. That means round shapes versus squared shapes versus triangular and sharp shapes. And combining those, depending on the combination you pick, will depend on how your character is portrayed. Like, for example, if you combine round and square shapes, you're going to get someone who's big and muscular and like a brick wall almost. So that portrays like strength, that kind of thing. Whereas sharp is maybe a little bit more mischievous kind of thing. So you combine all of these shapes to get a good character design. So I would say you would probably want to stick with the round and sharp shapes, and I think you've done that pretty well here. But with the tribal outfit, I'm not really sure how to evoke that it's tribal. Again, for the sake of horny, because again, this seems like she was very much so drawn with a lot of horny in mind, I would honestly probably take off the top and just let her nips out. I think that would be more horny, more like feral, and probably hot. Yeah. And then probably get rid of these arm warmers, question mark. I would get rid of the arm warmers and maybe replace them with maybe tattoos if you want, or just maybe like some ceremonial war paint. I would experiment with that, see how it goes. But yeah. I would also consider, I really like this bright pinkish red. I'm not exactly sure what color that is. I really like that color. So I think I would honestly take that color and bring it over here more. I think it would bring out her eyes a bit more. If, like how we mentioned, bringing the blue up, up into her necklace, maybe making that like a gem, maybe doing the same thing, maybe add a few tassels here and there, little stripes of color, because I really like this red. I think it really brings her eyes out a little bit more. Yeah. So yeah, that is my diagnosis. I should be saying I do like this character a lot. I do like it. But yeah, I like this design a lot more. I think you should stick with this one. Unless this tribal one serves some like super significant, really important lore purpose. I would just go with this one. So yeah, I hope it was helpful. That was my pointer. Don't hide the pointer. Don't hide the pointer. All right. How are you feeling, everyone? Okay. Let's see. Oh, we got one from Coma coming up next. We got 2 different images here. Good thing I prepared for this. I think he must have showed me this character before. I don't really know who they are, but let's see what we can do here. Let me just center them. Okay. So, this is what we have so far. Let me actually move this down a tad. Perfect. Okay. So we have these 2 images to work with here. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, the appointment for this character was made by Coma. The character is, oh my god, pardon me if I butcher this. Retsu / Yachiru Unohana from Bleach. Image 1 is normal, and image 2 is Bankai. Whatever that means. Unohana is an older healer character, but with a common aspect of being scary to almost everyone. After many fights, she wanted to learn healing to prolong fights. After an encounter where she was scarred by a young warrior, she calmed down and became a healer and braided her hair to hide the scar, and changed her name to separate her from the blood of her past. As a healer, she was seen as responsible and caring, and to some almost a motherly figure and a wise leader to others from her years of being a warrior. I'm avoiding any more because spoilers for Bleach. Okay. So I'm presuming that this is past and this is current. Okay. I don't know much about Bleach. But my first impressions is that the reformed version is boring as fuck. I don't want to be mean, but it's very boring. But that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I am definitely more inclined to liking this one. It reminds me of, oh fuck, what's that horror character? is it The Grudge? The one where they come out of the TV. I really like the spooky aspect of the long, draping, stringy hair. I think that looks really good. I think that's, yeah. I'm not going to comment on the proportions of the image, because it looks disproportionate. But I don't know if that's what it's meant to look like. Yeah, I gotta say, this is a fucking downgrade. That's a real big downgrade. So she has decided to braid her hair around the front to hide this one little scar. Questionable, I think. And God, a textured nightmare for me personally. Questionable, but not the weirdest thing. I think my problem with it is that it blends in so much. So much that it doesn't look... The way that this has been drawn, like, yeah, you can kind of see the braid there, but it blends into her hair and it all looks like one thing. So it almost looks like she's wearing, I don't know if this is a dress. I'm sure this is like a traditional style of clothes in Japan, so I don't really want to comment on that. But it looks like it has blended up and she's wearing a hood. That's bad. That's bad. I think a lot of things could have changed. If this is supposed to be before and after, she could have changed clothes. She could have changed clothes. Obviously, she cannot change her hair color unless she bleaches it. Wink wonk. But I think it would be much easier to have just given her a different color under clothes. It really shouldn't blend in. And by that end, I also would have... The braid is stupid, and I think her most... Is it her? Yes, her. I think her most interesting aspect is, in fact, her hair. This long, stringy hair, and without it, she looks boring and sucks, and I don't like it at all. So I think letting her keep her long hair, maybe drawing it as more fluffy and friendly, to indicate that she has reformed, I think would have been better than having her tie it up like this. Why would you do that? When especially you could just pick a different shirt that would hide your scar. You could have just picked a different shirt. I think that would have made her a much more appealing character. I can definitely see people who've been like, oh, wow, yeah, she's so cool over here, and then feeling, like, absolutely betrayed, like a slap in the face for this. What the fuck? Okay, how would I improve this besides the hair? So she's meant to be a healer who uses healing to prolong fights, so clearly very sadistic. I think I would try and emphasize how I would want to look into how she heals, because she doesn't look like a healer. She looks like someone who does blood magic, or at least her blade does. So I would want to figure out what that is and maybe make it show up on her character a bit more. I think straying away from the darker colors would be better for this reform. Again, changing whatever the fuck this under outfit is. I don't know what it is. Maybe changing it to like even a lighter color, like a light gray if you have to. I think would really help with the weird fucking hair thing. And then again, really showing off that she has kind of turned towards the good side. I do like that they changed the colors from clearly very cold to very warm colors. I think that definitely helps the transformation, making her look more friendly and approachable from this cold, icy blue to this like warmish beige, where clearly it's the same outfit, but they have just put her in a different light and a warmer light, so she looks more friendly. I think that it was definitely a good style that helps, but I would want to change her clothes significantly, and keep her most recognizable trait of, I think, this hair. Even if it's just a palette swap, I think would really help. Yeah, this is a difficult one. Because I know with anime, a big problem with anime is the face is usually boring, and they're usually defined by their features, such as their hair and their clothes. So you don't want to change the clothes too much. And I don't think you have to. I think just adjusting the colors a little bit more would have really helped. I think it would really help. I would maybe have given her a new coat. Still with the same silhouette, because silhouette's very important. But maybe get rid of like these slash-like marks on the bottom. Make it like something a little bit more friendly looking. Maybe even just the little circles. And then I think changing the color of this under thing would be really nice. I really like the before, honestly. I really like how black and white and then just like a little bit of red from the under part of the coat. That's a really good touch. I really like that, especially since it's a similar color to the scar. Really makes her look menacing. I really love that idea. But I think this character was really let down by her redemption arc, I should say. Especially that braid. What the fuck? Even if they didn't want to... I think an important part of this would have been the hair. Because again, the hair is the most defining feature. So I would have, instead of this weird braid, I would have had her reform more by cutting her hair off. If you really wanted to change her hair so that she looks obviously different, I would have had her cut her hair off as a sign, like as a more of a symbol that she has completely changed. Given her maybe a shorter, more fluffy bob, I think would have kept this silhouette if they really wanted this weird knobhead sort of thing. And then again, there are many other things that she could have done to hide that scar. Although I'm not sure that she needs to. I think the scar is an interesting character design point. An interesting point of, I think it's an interesting point of contrast. And again, it tying from this color to that, like tying these two areas together, I think is really nice. So yeah, as part of her reform, I would have had her probably cut off her hair. If you didn't want to keep this striking, long, stringy, creepy looking look, I think would have been nice. Yeah, I think cutting her hair off would have been better than whatever the fuck this is. As part of the spoilers I wanted to avoid, she didn't say full healer and had to go murder mode again. The way you phrased that made me seem like it was a matter of, like, she's not enjoying the murder as much anymore. She just has to use her powers to maybe stop a bigger evil. Which honestly I think would have been fine. I think even if, okay, she was this. She reforms to this, cuts her hair off so you don't have to deal with this weird fucking braid. So she's got a cute little fluffy bob, I think would have been fine. And then if she has to go back to murder mode, I would honestly redo the long stringy hair to give like a show off the creepiness of her powers. But I would have made the rest of her hair almost like spectral, magical, and like used part of the, like, maybe it's like part of the demon blade, the blood blade thing, and had that almost take the same sort of shape as the hair would have once. So yeah. I mean, generally, she's pretty boring. I think the main thing that I would want to change is the hair post reform. Otherwise, I really love how... I honestly enjoy how simple the character is. I think the simple, and then just like the subtle creepiness from the hair and the blood blade. I really like the idea and the themes of a healer going apeshit. Yeah, I think it's a good character design. I hate the braid so much. It's not good. It's really bad. But what can you do? But what can you do? All right, we're gonna take a quick break here while the ads play. So we're gonna take a quick break so I can have some coffee and lubricate my throat. All right. The braid was weird. Yeah, the braid was definitely fucking weird. I really don't know why she has to cover up that scar. I think it's a good point of detail, but yeah, whatever. She's out of here. She's not in the office anymore. She's not here. Let me just... Sorry, I'm setting things up while we wait for the ads to finish. And we'll just see where things go from here, won't we? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. So yeah, how has this been for everyone who can hear me? I hope you've been enjoying this. I love yapping about characters and character design. I'm enjoying this, so I hope you guys are. Ooh. Nom nom nom. Been interesting and educational. Awesome! That's the point, baby. Okay. Let's see. What's our next one? This one. Oh, fuck. There's no pixels in this image. Shit. That's alright. We'll work with what we got. Fuck. Can we have some more pixels, please? Shit. We're gonna hide that for a minute until the ads are over. Hi, Lupo. How are you? Oh, the ads are over. Welcome back, everybody. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. Just us preparing for our next patient. Okay. So, this is our next patient. We have almost zero information on her. Submitted with the paperwork, but submitted by Roxy. Thank you so much, Roxy, for making an appointment for this character. This is the Dark Magician Girl from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's very retro anime. Oh, fuck. Okay, so I personally don't like this sort of art style. I don't like the old retro anime. It's the only reason why I've never watched Sailor Moon, because I hate how it looks. But it's fine. It's done in the early 2000s. Yeah, it's that vibe, you know? It's early anime, and I don't like it. But yes, as much as I appreciate your guys' offer for lore, I'm going purely based off what people submitted. So I know y'all love writing paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs of lore. I've been like, Beanie, but this little tiny detail. Why aren't you listening about this? We should have put it on the paperwork. Okay, Dark Magician Girl from Yu-Gi-Oh! She doesn't even have a name. This poor girl. This poor girl. Okay, Dark Magician Girl. Why is she a dark Why is she a dark magician when she looks like a fucking magical girl? Oh no, Beanie, that is her name. Oh no. I'm so sorry, ma'am. What the fuck? Her name's Dark Magician Girl? Ugh. Ugh. I hate that so much. Holy fuck, that's horrible. She's a card. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're just gonna go off of purely what's here. Dark Magician. No? Where does it indicate that is it because she's blue? Because she has blue? Is that what the logic is here? What the fuck? Okay, I really appreciate... I'm trying not to just be like, I hate it, and moving on. I'm trying to make constructive about this. I'm really trying to make constructive about this. I really like the shape language. I really like the shape language. I think it's really nice. The silhouette is very strong, and the silhouette's very important, especially with, say, as you all know, I've been going the Autism Go Pro over Marvel Rivals lately. So in games like Overwatch and Marvel Rivals, silhouette, for example, I mean, silhouette's always important, but silhouette's very important, especially in those kind of fighting games. So you need to be able to identify what a character is just from their silhouette. Posing will help, but the character's not always going to be in that pose. So when you have an ensemble, you need to be able to block out the internal features of a character and make sure that you can tell this is that character just by looking at them. And I think that poor Dark Magician Girl, fuck, she needs a name. Can we give her a name, guys? Can we give her a name? I think her shape language is very strong. Which I do appreciate. Everything else, I don't understand why she's a Dark Magician Girl. She looks like, maybe morally gray magical girl. Maybe. In all fairness, the Yu-Gi-Oh characters, they will always be in their card art pose. Yeah, I'm just talking generally. But her shape language is still very strong. I think that this hat, this weird cornucopia hat, as weird as it is, I think it does really help. So I wouldn't want to mess with that. I think my main problem here, besides this being just a little too horny for my tastes, at least for a fucking card game, is the colors, I think. If they really wanted her to be a dark magician, I think they should have gone with a much darker blue. Like a navy blue. Something dark, almost black, I think would have really helped. Really go with the edgy. I would have gotten rid of these, I think those are blushies. Get rid of the blushies. It's dark. It's evil. Why does she look cute? I mean, you can be cute and evil, but she looks too cute. But I think, yeah, my main beef, I think, is with the blue, strangely, not the pink. Because I think the pink, as an accent color, works. I think it works. I think there's just enough and not too much pink that it works, but I would have definitely gone darker. She's way too pastel and innocent to be dark and evil. Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly, Horned. I agree with that. Yeah, I don't really want to stray too far away from like the chunky, awkward shapes of her clothes and stuff, because I know that's very reminiscent of the style of the time. I know Yu-Gi-Oh's known for like its wild fucking like hairstyles and shit, so but even then I think her hairstyle is pretty tame. I think it's very exaggerated, but it works for her. Like I said, I think the silhouette's really nice. Again, I mostly have beef with the colors. I think the pink contrasting with a dark blue, almost black, would have made her sell the quote-unquote dark magician even more. I probably would experiment with changing her hair color too. Again, the blonde really sells the pastel innocent kind of thing. Yeah, she doesn't look like a dark magician. So I think that inherently that is her name, so this character design, in my opinion, has failed. If she is supposed to be a dark magician girl, that is her entire name. So much so that they don't give her a name. She has no personality of her own. I have no other information to work off of. It was literally just dark magician girl from Yu-Gi-Oh! That's all that was submitted. It fails. It fails, unfortunately. Yeah, you would really need to emphasize that. I think the change to the dark blue would really help. If they want to keep these red bits, I would change the pink to a red, or alternatively change these red bits to a more brightly saturated pink. Almost the same pink that I mentioned that I really liked from Ace's character. What was her name? I'm so sorry. Herodine. I think that sort of pink could have really worked. Where it's like red, but also it's pink, you know? Yeah. I also probably would play with, I'm not sure what these are right here. These weird ribbon things. I think it might be part of a cape? If it's part of a cape, I would make that more obvious, maybe make it a bit longer. Honestly though, I would get rid of it and just treat this as one thing that comes around and just get rid of these little bits right here. I don't think they do anything for her silhouette. Either that or make them much longer, so they're more a more obvious part of her silhouette. I think that would help a lot. And then get rid of the yellow accents. We really don't need that. I think the yellow, or even quote-unquote gold, I think you could call that. I think that would be better to be gotten rid of. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is definitely its own thing. I do agree with Rag there. So I don't have a lot of information to go off of, but as it is, I've got to give this a failing grade. This is not okay. This is not okay. Even if it's just a card character and not even like a main character, gotta give her more love than that. You gotta give her more love. Like, the only thing I could think of the reason why she would be designed this way, if she's a dark character, would be because she gets redeemed later. So they lighten up her palette kind of thing. But if she's a card character, I don't think that's how that works? Question mark? Yeah, I'm just real confused. The more you know about Yu-Gi-Oh, the worse the design gets. Yeah, not great. So take this as an example of what not to do. I'm so sorry, Dark Magician Girl. But you need to be admitted to the hospital. She needs to be admitted to the hospital. Yeah. This poor girl. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I wish your designers cared about you more. Okay, so the next character we have. Whoopsie daisy. Almost fucked up really badly there. Guys, my nurse is ready! Guys, my nurse is here! 1 second. Oh, nurse blot! Hello, Nurse Blood. Welcome in. We've been seeing patients while you were gone. Yeah, thank you for dealing with all of that. They can't hear you. Why can't they hear you? 1 second. I can figure it out.
Happening in the waiting room.
There we go. All right. Welcome in, Nurse Blot.
Ah, wow.
This is my trusty nurse assistant. All right. So we've seen how many characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters so far.
Nice.
Okay, so this next character, all we have is a screenshot of them. But let's make it work anyway.
Oh, we're doing telehealth here, huh? They couldn't be here in person.
Apparently, yeah. We gotta wheel in the TV.
A laptop.
Yeah. Alright.
Why is there cheese in the doctor's office?
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so this is the image that we have had submitted for us. This design has been, this appointment has been made by Roxy once again. Roxy, thank you so much for making so many appointments. I really appreciate it. This is Hawk from Lupin III. He is an axe murderer and assassin. He also goes by the Ghost of Bermuda. He wields 2 short hand axes, has superhuman strength, and great reflexes. He also has sharp metallic teeth. He goes off and kills people. Whenever he gets tired, he'll turn himself in, take a nap in jail after he's well rested, and break out and start killing again. In the story, he meets Lupin and a samurai named Goemon. After Hawk beating Goemon, Goemon does a long time of training, and after coming back, Goemon and Hawk have a final showdown where Goemon beats Hawk, which makes Hawk stop his killing spree. Okay, sure. I don't know anything about Lupin III. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
Can't say I've heard of it either.
I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. First impressions. That's a guy.
That is a guy. I'm American? He feels American.
He feels like an American that was designed for an anime. Gotta say, I do appreciate the different body types being shown.
Yes.
Don't appreciate that body type only being shown in the context of this is a fucking axe murderer.
Yeah, the fact that it's not just a I don't know about if his Lupin is just about different morally corrupt individuals.
We don't know. That information has not been provided, so we cannot talk about that.
Sure.
I gotta say, this is a boring character. For all of the cool things that were described, the only unique about him is these weird metal teeth, and you can barely fucking see them.
I also appreciate the belt. That adds a little bit of spice, the asymmetry.
Yeah, the belt helps, but otherwise, this character is kind of boring. Though, if you're an axe murderer, obviously you have to be on the down low. But from the paperwork, it sounds like he doesn't actually give a shit about that. He just kills and kills and kills, gets arrested, goes to jail, then breaks the fuck out, and then just does it again. On loop. So for someone who seems like a pretty big villain, who probably has dozens, if not hundreds of murders under his belt. Why does he just look like a dad?
He really just does look like a dad. He just looks like a dad who's about ready to lumberjack.
Yeah. Like, I feel like you could probably find this man at, like, a gay bar, probably.
Honestly, I feel like something that would add to the design would be add stains. He doesn't care, so adding the blood stains, like old stains on his body, on his clothing, would add a little bit more to that nonchalantness.
Yeah, I do appreciate them keeping the design subtle, especially because, again, serial killers, they don't want to be noticed, but he doesn't give a fuck. So, I do agree, he should not be so clean. Though, it's also very important, and this is a subject that we have not talked about yet on the clinic, designing the character for the medium that they are going to be in. So, animation's hard. Animation's really hard, especially with hand-drawn animation. So when you are in anime, I'm presuming this is an anime, you gotta draw every single fucking frame. So if you're going to put on these textures, like blood splats, you have to track exactly where they are. And especially given that this is a rounded character, you have to track how those move and manipulate on a 3D round shape. That's hard to do. And especially given the pace at how quickly anime is produced, I can understand why they didn't. But there's also other ways you could have done it. Maybe like some tears in the shirt. Or just stains on a smaller part, like the axe kind of thing. Or maybe giving him some scars on his arms. Maybe some of his victims fought back a little bit. Just something really subtle, I think, to make him look a little bit more uneasy, more clearly a villain. Because, like, I feel like I could probably place this guy down into, like, I don't know, maybe like a zombie survival sort of thing, where he's, you know, the typical, oh, I'm a dad running along with my daughter. We're running away from zombies and trying to survive the apocalypse. Like, I feel like that he could also fit there. It's very generic. It's a very generic design. So, while I do appreciate the simplicity and the need for this to be simple, though by the description, I'm not sure if he's a side villain or not. The fact that he is an anime character does inherently mean that simplified is probably better. If this was a puppeted style, like say, My Little Pony, for example, random example, but they did all of their animation through puppetry. So that means they had, like, different eye shapes and different mouth shapes that they could just, like, place on there. So they can afford to have more detail, kind of thing. If it was done through puppeting, that would have been fine. If it was 3D, it would have been easier to do that. But hand-drawn, I do understand why it's simple. That being said,
it's a little too simple.
He's too clean cut. He's too clean cut. You need something more here. This is just a dad in a polo shirt, ready to beat your ass with some axes.
Yeah, no, it definitely, like you were saying, it really does give off. You can be placed in anywhere, dude. You don't look murderer.
Yeah.
Nothing screams it except for, like, maybe some shapes here and there that give strong.
Yeah, but even then, strong does not indicate murderer.
Yeah, exactly.
I also question the addition of the sharp metallic teeth. What's the point?
I presume there's a reason in the story, but we're not given that.
It's just very... If you wanted to add sharp metallic bits, I probably would have given him, like, some kind of armor, maybe? Or maybe, like, gauntlets? I don't know how I would do that, but the teeth is weird. Yeah, I don't know. I'm also not sure how I feel about, this was a line once again from the paperwork. Let me just read this off here. Goemon and Hawk have a final showdown where Goemon beats Hawk, which makes Hawk stop his killing spree. That's not how serial killers work. That's not how serial killers work. They don't just stop.
No, they don't
just stop. This man needs to go to jail. He needs to be physically stopped. It sounds like he was basically just given a slap on the wrist and went back to his day-to-day life and just was suddenly good. A death probably would have been better. A more satisfying end for someone who has presumably killed dozens of people. Or jail. Jail.
Jail for at least, a few decades.
Jail, please. Let's turn this anime into a courtroom drama.
Ace Attorney, let's go.
Crossover.
Crossover.
Breaks out of jail. That's true. That's a good point. So I guess death would be the only solution.
Max security.
Yeah, putting him in a supermax prison. Fucking like lock him up, like fucking Arkham Asylum shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I also questioned. Apparently, he's an ex-murderer and an assassin.
He doesn't feel assassin.
He doesn't feel assassin. I feel like I think that's going back to Ace's character. He got a little bit too much going on there, and not enough showing up on the character design themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like, a solidly boring character. He's fine. Like I said, there's nothing on him that I specifically hate. I appreciate the different body types. You can tell he's a side character, that's for fucking sure.
Yes,
There's
definitely
no-
not the same kind of care.
There's no love here. There's no love here. But a different kind of no love than poor Dark Magician girl. I'm so sad for her. Okay. So our next appointment here is actually our previous appointment's opponent. So I can see why there was so much chaos in the waiting room. They were probably brawling. Let me just get them pulled up here real quick. Ooh, that's a big image. He doesn't beat Hawk, he disarms Hawk. Hands gone. Well, that's one way to stop an axe murderer. That would in fact do it. Okay, and then we gotta get the other one in here. Okay. So now we have Goemon. Goemon Ishikawa. I don't know that Roman numeral off the top of my head. All I
think it was
have,
like 13.
all I have is this is Goemon Ishikawa 13th, from Lupin the III. He's a samurai. Okay.
All right.
That's all I got.
So, here's me bringing a little bit of Japanese history in.
Okay, go for it.
Samurai were basically the ruler's right hand. They were very decorated. They were very armored. He feels more like a ronin, which is a traveling samurai. He doesn't look like he has a master.
Okay.
So, if he's traveling around, if he doesn't have someone who is basically his master, he's a ronin. He's traveling samurai. He looks it. He definitely looks the part. He's not as decorated. He doesn't have any of the armor. I can't tell what kind of sword that is, but it's very concealed. Maybe it's Wakazashi because it's how straight it is. Which samurai did use those.
Okay, so points for semi-historical accuracy, with an asterisk there, because we don't know if our dearest Roxy maybe just got what he is specifically wrong, or if he was actually called a samurai in his form of media. Gotta agree with chat. This is one of the guys of all time.
Yeah, no, if you just gave me this character and you didn't tell me what he was from, I'd never be able to guess. He is Japanese dude ever.
The arts, I do like the art style. It's not like your typical anime. It's almost got a bit of cartoony-ish to it. So I do like that, but that's not character design. This is boring. Especially since, given the previous information we had from Hawk, he seems like he is possibly a protagonist, maybe a side protagonist. It's really boring, and I'm wondering if that is maybe a trait of the franchise. Again, I do not know anything about Lupin the Third, but given how boring Hawk was and how boring this character is, I don't know if we just happen to only be shown side characters without a lot of detail to them, or if that's a trait of the show, if they're only like these very simplified characters.
Yeah, that is true. If it is just the anime itself that's like this, then I'll give points for the fact that they are very realistic. It's clothing that you would see in day to day, and maybe that era. Although this one's a little bit more feudal, I suppose.
Yeah,
it's more traditional.
That's another point I wanted to bring up. I have no idea what era this show comes from, because, like we said before, Hawk looks like a modern suburban dad, whereas this looks like an ancient Ronin. But maybe Goemon's just like that.
Or maybe he's just that extrovert. He really likes the traditional vibes.
Yeah, maybe he's just like that. I don't know. I gotta say, there's a lot of nothing going on here. I think the most notable thing here is the shape of the hair, which I do like. It does give a point of interest and a little bit of asymmetry almost, which you can see more on this image rather than the right one, where you've got like this little bump. I think that helps, and I think, unfortunately, that's the only interesting thing about him. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't think of anything else. It's decent colors.
He's solid, but solidly boring.
Yeah, it's same deal as the last one, whereas it's a dude.
It's a dude. So I am thinking that is perhaps a trait of the franchise as a whole, which is fine. If they have a more simple art style. I gotta say, I do like more the of the appearance on the left rather than the right. Purely, I'm just thinking color-wise. I really like the contrast of, yes, I'm gonna call it a skirt because I don't know exactly what it's called. The skirt. Pants? Okay. The pants here are they're not as dark. I like how they're much darker over here. It provides a good point of contrast, whereas everything kind of blends in with this particular image. So I think the emphasis on the dark parts here really helps. Like, you've got the little bit of the same color around the collar and in the sleeves, and then again on the sandals, having that little bit of darkness, I think really helps, whereas there's just a whole lot of nothing on the other one. So I definitely would go with the left one rather than the right one.
Definitely agreed. It's got a nice flow of dark with the head, light with the chest, and then dark again with the legs.
Contrast is really good.
Very important.
I like this a lot. I like that one a lot more than the other one. So, hi Haven, welcome into the doctor's office. How are you doing?
Hello, bunny.
So yeah, that is our critiques for this character, Goemon Ishikawa. And finally, a reminder, as I get the next CDC patient locked and loaded, if you guys want to submit characters, you're more than welcome to until the end of stream. So if you still have characters that you wish to shove in here, please feel free. We haven't done too many, so hopefully we'll be able to get through them all. So if you have any characters, either your own or official characters you like, please do not submit any OCs or VTuber designs or anything of people who we do not have explicit permission for. Please feel free to submit any of them in the Discord. Our next official appointment is a whole ton of Pokemon designs. And I don't think
Hell yeah, Pokemon.
don't think I want to do that.
No Pokemon.
That's not really a character, is it?
I guess it would be hard to base off of character there. Besides, like, okay, these colors are nice.
It's creature design. And I have less experience with that. I could probably talk about some little things here and there. And if we have time at the end, I'll probably go back to it and look at some of the Pokemon designs. But we are here for character design, not creature design. So if they submitted like the human Pokemon characters, that would be fine. I'd be willing to do that. But for now, fair. This is not the creature design clinic. This is the character design clinic.
We're not of it.
I'm allergic.
You're allergic to keys?
I'm allergic to keys.
Oh no.
So yeah, we will, if we have time in the end, we'll go back and look at a few of the Pokemon designs, but for the now, we're going to skip that appointment in particular. Oh my god, it's so small. It's so small. Okay, we're gonna put that there, and we're gonna go grab the other image. I'm very excited about this one, because I love this movie so much. Oh. This appointment was made once again by Roxy. Again, Roxy, thank you so much for scheduling so many appointments. I really appreciate it. This is the Kingpin, also known as Wilson Grant. This is from the Spider-Man and Marvel Universe. I love the Spider-Verse movie. I love the Spider-Verse movie so much. It's great. I love it.
It is fantastic. So, right off the bat, two very different designs.
Two very different designs. From two
distinct.
From two very different iterations of Spider-Man, I think.
One's comic, one's the movie.
Yes. So I think this goes back to we can talk about the medium that a character is designed for. For comic books, especially American comic books, they have a much better system for creating comic books than a manga. So manga is usually done by the poor, insane mangaka in one room, drawing the characters, inking, doing the text, all of that stuff. Whereas those jobs are usually within American comic books, typically, not always, divided into different roles. So you'll usually have somebody who does the layouts, who does the text, who sketches the characters, someone else who comes and does colors, someone who does the inking, etc., etc., etc. So it's a lot easier. So obviously the one on the left is very clearly an American comic book style, whereas the one on the right is from my favorite fucking movie, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. I love that movie oh so much. Which is similar in the fact that they're taking comic book styles, but they made it 3D. And I could talk about how much I love Spider-Verse and how they animated it and their art style and all of that stuff, smear frames, blah, 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 blah. I could talk about that forever, but that's not why we're here. So you very clearly have two different characters designed for two different mediums. This is the same character. So you can afford to have all of these details and that like smoldering, almost DreamWorks. He also has the DreamWorks face.
He kind of has the DreamWorks face.
He almost has the DreamWorks face. So you can definitely tell with the art style differences, but you can still tell these are the same character. It's a very simple character, similar to the other two, but much more striking. Though I do have another side note. Again, appreciate the different body types. Don't appreciate, again, how the fat characters are the evil ones. Please stop that.
Yeah.
Please stop that. That's not okay. But that's a little side rant. So with American comic books, everything is usually very realistic. You're not going to have somebody with super exaggerated proportions unless, like, they've been mutated or something. Whereas with the 3D movie, oh my god, I love it. And I think it's such a shame that we do not have Miles Morales here to put beside Kingpin, because the contrast is fantastic. It's all about the shape language. We talked about this earlier. Square shapes versus circular shapes versus triangular shapes. Now, when you combine the circular shapes and the square shapes, you get this Kingpin over here. You get this fucking intimidating fucking wall just coming at you. And then if you put this beside Miles Morales, who is a little fucking stick teenager, little fucking witty spider motherfucker, the contrast is beautiful. But even as his own character design, does it make sense to have Kingpin's head in the middle of his body? Not in the middle of his body, but not on the top of him. No, but it's stylized in a way where it doesn't matter. It almost pardon me, it almost emphasizes his evilness almost, because it looks like he's looming over you, and like that's his shoulders, like, almost like a hunchback. Which
exactly.
I love it. I love it. It's fantastic, and it looks a little silly. And I will admit, I have used the image of him just like running at the camera as a meme, because it's silly, but it works. It works in the medium he's a part of, and that's really important to think about. Yeah, no, he's built like a brick shithouse, and it's perfect. He's simple, he's sleek, but he's a good, scary villain. You know?
That's what I really like about the 3D more than the comics, because the comics, yes, like you said, they're meant to be a little bit more realistic, more humanoid. When it comes to the 3D, you can shake up a lot of shit. You can exaggerate and morph. And that's what's perfect about that. You can make it so he looks just as intimidating as he's supposed to be. He is this multi-millionaire kingpin of a whole crime syndicate, and he looks the part. He looks sleek, he looks put together, and he looks like he's gonna be able to throw you into the sun.
Yeah, he looks like a proper villain for Spider-Man. In a world such as Spider-Man's world, where there's so many, again, different mutants. You've got like the fucking Green Goblin, you've got Doc Ock, and then you have Kingpin. And just looking at his comic book iteration, that's just a guy. Why is he scary? Spider-Man could kick his ass. But with this, especially compared to the other relatively quote-unquote normal iterations of humans, like baseline humans, he very clearly stands out, as he should. He's the villain. He looks like he could be a formidable villain for someone like Spider-Man. So I really, really appreciate that from Spider-Verse. Now, I should say, I'm not saying I don't like the design of the comic book Kingpin. I think he does what he needs to do in his universe.
Yes.
I definitely prefer the Spider-Verse version, because they're not afraid to push it that much, little bit more further. I do think I like the black a bit more than the white suit, though I think I don't mind the white suit so much. I think the black suit is very representative of probably Kingpin's mental state throughout the movie. The black suit, well, yes, it's, you know, he's a Kingpin wearing a black suit, he's fancy and stuff. The black is also the color of mourning. And a big part of, I know this was not included in the paperwork, but I'm still going to talk about it because I love this movie. A big part of that was he wants his family back after they died. So I think having that black really, really helps. It's just a subtle way to portray that sadness that you don't really think about until you actually dive in depth. Yeah.
I think another point with the colors is the juxtaposition between the white and the black is, like you said, the black is more of mourning. it's also different kinds of power going on here. The black feels more looming, more dangerous, while the white feels more wealthy. You know how hard it is to get a stain out of white? And he's in all white. He's showing that he has money and he has wealth, and that's his power. He can buy his way on killing you.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's a very good point, yeah. I think also, just a small note, with the comic book iteration, I probably would prefer the white suit, purely because with the style of tux that they gave him, I think he'd look like a penguin otherwise.
Yeah, and that's a different villain.
Yeah, I think that's a DC villain. So we wouldn't want that now, would we? Like I said, the left side's power is control an elegant silk glove on an iron fist. The right side's power is the fist. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Both two iterations of the same character. They're both very good in their own right, and I'm sure they both tell the story fantastically. Yeah, no, I think this is just a really solid design. There's a reason why Kingpin is a good character. I also really like the subtle gold accents on the right.
Oh yes.
It's like a white gold too, so you don't really see it until you look close.
It's another show of power as well.
The rings and the watch and stuff, and I think that's a whiskey glass. I don't know.
That is in fact a whiskey glass.
I almost kind of wish that they had this pocket, the handkerchief or whatever the fuck. I almost wish they had maybe I would probably do with red.
Ooh,
I think red would have been really fucking striking there.
Cool red.
I would not have done that on the Spider-Verse Kingpin. He is perfect just the way he is. And I think a pop of red would have been, no, we don't need that. But I think a little pop of red, just a little bit of a subliminal symbolism of blood.
Yes,
I think would have been really nice. Or even I might have considered maybe some gemstones on the rings instead, red gemstones, because the pocket square, that's almost like red over the heart, right? Which could symbolize a bleeding heart, which maybe not what you want, but red through gems on the rings, bloody knuckles kind of thing. Another subliminal show of power. That could be something I would experiment with.
Yeah, a very nice illusion.
Symbolism. Yeah, I love symbolism. But yeah, all in all, I would also experiment with not a bow tie on the comic book version. A bow tie almost seems a little too innocent. I really like the standard tie on the Spider-Verse one, and I think having a note of black going down would have been nice. Though I think the bow tie, that has to do more with the tuxedo style and how those are actually worn. That's
correct.
I'm not an expert on tuxes though, but I do think having I would have experimented with a proper tie to see how that works, because right now it's evocative of a collar, he's on a leash a little bit.
So I can actually attest a little bit to the fashion part here.
Oh yeah, go for it.
The reason why the tux has the bow tie is because that is the highest form of formality. Black tie events are pinnacle of, you have to look clean, you have to look in control and powerful. This is just a flex to his power. The tie is a little bit more casual in comparison.
Okay,
So,
yeah. Knowing that, I 100% agree. Stay with the bow tie. And I do appreciate it being a bit more subtle. They didn't exaggerate the shape of the bow.
It's just there.
I do like that, Ben. Yeah, I agree with that. Argus says, I think it's also important that Kingpin on the right is sort of taking up two roles because he's lacking a subordinate that the one on the left has, a heavy hitter named Tombstone. Tombstone appears in the Spider-Verse, but he's not doing nearly as much as he does in the comics. Okay, yeah. Having a right-hand man would definitely change that sort of thing. But as they are on their own, I still think these are both really solid character designs. And a really good look in how you can do different things with the same character to achieve different vibes.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. I love it.
Ooh, Argus actually brings a good point. I feel the bow tie also implies size. The bow tie is very tiny. He's a big man.
Yeah, I do like that's a good point, Argus. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Kingpin, thank you so much for coming into the clinic. I would give you a tender smooch if you wouldn't break my ribs.
And face and legs and arms, and
please,
you know what? How about we just escort you out of the clinic?
Yeah, please just leave. Oh, here's a good question from Roxy. Tartar, I think you would be better suited to answer this. Question: are bow ties more tied to party scenes and ties more business scenes?
This is correct. So black tie events are usually seen as galas, parties, something to show off your wealth, while ties are a little bit more business. Yes, like I said before, the tie is a higher caliber, or I should say the bow tie is a higher caliber when it comes to wealth and power. That's wealth and power being flaunted, while ties at a party are a little more low-key. So when you're going to a business, when you're doing work, you generally will have a tie, not a bow tie, because bow ties are reserved for the flaunt.
Yeah, which I think comes back to what we mentioned before, whereas the Spider-Verse Kingpin, he's down to business, he's in mourning, he wants his family back, he's not here to show off, he doesn't give a fuck about impressing you. He's not here to intimidate, he's here to get the job done. Okay. Anyway, now that Kingpin has been respectfully escorted out, hopefully off to jail, thank you, Spider-Man, on to our next patient.
Next one.
Oh, this is a big image. 1 second. I gotta resize it.
Do we have a giant patient?
No, just the images are all different sizes.
Ah, heck.
Okay, here we go. Here's our next patient. Lupo, thank you for making this appointment. Meet my character Lupus, or some call him Lupo, the man beside Owie with the cyan and purple hair. He's really good friends with his Owie. He's from the present year, but a different universe where they found time travel and gotten stuck in a never-ending loop in the year 1999. Owie and some others call him Drifter, others call him Kiddo, and the scientists call him a Tenno. So this is Lupo's Drifter. Okay. It's going to be hard to critique this because we can't see a lot. Owie is blocking a lot of the character's design. My first impression of this is that there's not a lot going on, especially compared to Owie. Owie is a very good character design. I love her to death, but that's my own bias. I really like the hair color.
Yes, it's a very good ombre.
I don't much like the tattoo with the hair color or the visage ink. Because it's the same color as the top part of the ombre, it almost evokes like the hair is going across the face like that. Which I'm not personally a fan of. I would experiment with different colors there. Perhaps even just going black, I think, would be simple enough. Though I would be a little cautious of that. I don't know if that would be too much black, especially with the black of the hoodie. I do appreciate them bringing, again, the lighter ombre part of the hair into the shirt underneath. And obviously this isn't like a unique design. This is just the, I think it's the Goth Drifter outfit that got released with 1999.
I believe so, yes.
Which I have on my Drifter. It's very cute. But I think a big part of that outfit, just knowing what it looks like in the 1999 version, is texture. I think a big part of the interest is texture. which unfortunately gets lost with this artist's art style. So if you're going with a flat, like an art style with a little less texture, I would want some more visual interest in this character's design. Maybe like an armband here, which you could do with just like shoulder armor within the game. That could be nice. I would experiment with maybe, I don't know if this would look good, but I would experiment with gloves that go up to almost the elbow. So you have this point of it comes down, it floofs out right underneath the elbow, and then it's skin tight with gloves underneath there. I think that could look really cute, and it would give you a point to change color and add a little bit more visual interest. Again, maybe taking the lighter ombre. Speaking of the ombre, I don't know if I like that particular dark blue with this one. I would play around with those colors. Maybe taking a blue that's a little bit more towards the teal side so it doesn't look so out of place. But it's not bad. I would just change it a little bit so it's a bit more in the same color family. Or alternatively change it so the contrast is more obvious, I think.
I think I have another critique when it comes to the colors itself.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm not sure if you'll be able to do a saturation cue on this. I feel like besides the black, everything is kind of in the same range of saturation. Like, it feels like it's very middle tone. So if you were to go on grayscale, some things might get lost.
I don't know if I can do that on OBS, but you know where I can do that, besties.
Oh, we're gonna pop up the laptop.
Pop it up on the laptop, baby.
Let's get the doctor laptop going.
Okay, so this is the same character. This is the same image. So we're just going to make this grayscale. I believe. There we go. Yeah, so this is a good point for everybody to keep in mind. Let me just... Sorry, one second. Yeah. This is a good point for everyone to keep in mind when you're designing characters. It's very important to... I'm just gonna make myself another pointer in here. It's good enough. To grayscale your characters when you are designing them, because the skin color and this ombre color, that's the same thing.
It's so close. Like, you're maybe
really
like a 2
close.
ticks darker. It needs more
I would
to really stand out.
Yeah, I would either adjust the skin tone or make this ombre color lighter, because this is far too close. This also makes me very sad. I didn't understand what was going on in this pose until right now, because I didn't notice that that this character was making the other half of the heart with Aoi. I couldn't see
overlaying.
that. So you've just got the dark on dark on dark. So I think changing these glove colors would be really important. If you don't want to change the glove colors, I would at the very least make them fingerless, and add details to break up the black. I appreciate seeing simple character designs can be good, as we saw with the Lupin the Third ones. You can have very good simple character designs, but you still need to be able to tell what the fuck's going on. So yeah, I would experiment with the gloves up to the elbow. I think fingerless gloves up to the elbow would be really I think
striking.
I think that would be really striking, especially right here. I think that would be really nice. You would actually be able to see the pose that's going on here. And I don't want to psychoanalyze this, but you've got Aoi front and center, and you're almost hiding your character behind Aoi, as if your character doesn't have any story They're just there to be with Aoi. Don't do that. Especially since this is your drifter. I know this is your self-insert. Your character deserves more love. Give them a little bit more story. You've even got stuff to work with. You can do all of like the Deveri stuff. And I think that sort of stuff should show on your character. Whether that could be with if you want to keep with the 1999 style, you could add straps and harnesses like the Hex have. You could have little charms, like I know Amir has a little Tamagotchi hanging off of him. You could add little chains, little details. Give yourself some love, you know?
I actually also want to bring up, I'm not sure if it counts as design, but composition is also very important. You mentioned that, you know, the characters behind. There's also a lot of overlap. If we were to just silhouette it, Aoi's perfect. You can tell what she's doing. If you silhouetted the drifter, you can't really tell what's going on. I would shift the character away to show the arm a bit more.
Yeah, again, this isn't for composition, but I do agree. On the other hand, I do kind of like it. Because it's almost like they're interlocking. Because even though Aoi's on the right-hand side, her left hand is making the heart kind of thing. You could probably change the art and the pose and stuff and still get that sort of cute interlocking, almost showing their love and how close the two characters are. And again, showing off the drifter a bit more, but I do like the interlocking aspect of it. I think the most important aspect for me is that the focal point is literally covering your character's face. Again, it looks like you don't really care for yourself or this character. You're hiding them. You're hiding them behind Aoi. Whether that's hiding because you subliminally know that you need to work on this character design, or maybe you got some self-esteem issues to work out. I don't know. I would definitely not want to hide a character like that so much. Unless the point of the character is that they are shy. But there's better ways to achieve it. If the point of the character is that they're shy, they could be more obviously hiding behind Aoi kind of thing, rather than you're just covering them up. So yeah, I think adding more details, adding more places of contrast. You've got lots of potential ways to improve this character, even in such a simplified style. Because Aoi still looks good in this simplified style. Has nowhere near the amount of details that Aoi does in Warframe. So yeah, you can make it work, you know. So yeah, that is my diagnosis. Love yourself.
Diagnosis. Treat yourself.
Treat yourself! Completely understand. I had this done by a friend and gave them free will on it because I don't have didn't have any ideas for a subject for the drawing. Yeah, that's totally fair. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Art doesn't have to be perfect. But you can definitely tell that the artist has a lot more love for Aoi than the drifter, which is sad. Him hiding was because of an incomplete design. Yeah, no, you gotta design your characters first. Before you can do the fun things, you gotta do the base work. So yeah, keep in mind everything we said about saturation. I would add more details, more designs, flesh out their backstory, and have that show up on the character a bit more. That's my diagnosis. But gotta say, again, I do love the colors. I really love that ombre color. It's really pretty. So yeah, that's my diagnosis. Okay. So the next one, I have had 6 different images submitted to me. Don't know what to do with this. That's a lot.
I think I would go with the first one for the individual characters, and then the second one for the individual ones, because the other latter ones kind of just show the weapon, which I don't think we need in this case.
Yeah, we'll take our time with it. We'll put both of them up, since it looks like they're purposely meant to be paired.
That would be a good bet, yes.
Alright, let's get this set up here. Okay. Here are our patients. Okay. Once again, another appointment made by Roxy. Thank you so much, Roxy. We have two sisters, Panty and Stalking. They're two angels who were kicked out of heaven. Panty was kicked out for having too much sex. Specific reason was never given as to why Stalking was kicked out. She was kicked out anyway. Some fan speculation was that this may have been because of the goth-like attire and the fact that she loves sweets. So she might have been kicked out for gluttony. And of course, overall behavior for the both of them. In order for them to go back to heaven, they have to beat monsters, ghosts, and supernatural and superhuman creatures and collect a number of heaven coins. Panty wields a gun that she transforms from her literal panties, what the fuck, and for stalking, she takes off her actual socks and turns them into two swords or katanas. In terms of personality, Panty, her defining trait is that she's very promiscuous. In short, she is a slut. With no surprise which is no surprise as that was her reason to get kicked out of from heaven. She has very low standards when it comes to the men she has sex with. She also has sex with a couple of women. And a horse! Oh god.
Yep. Loki?
She has gained a reputation and popularity for the amount of sex she has had. When she and Stalking arrive on Earth, she planned to have sex with 1,000 men before she goes back to heaven. She has a sex diary to keep track of all the people she has had sex with. As for Stalking, similar to her sister Panty, Stalking has a drive for sweets, whether that be candy, cake, pie, cookies, etc. But unlike Panty, where she goes out all the time, Stalking is more reserved and prefers to stay indoors and enjoy some tasty sweets. Now, Stalking is a lot different from Panty in that, unlike Panty, Stalking's love for sweets doesn't completely stop her from collecting heaven coins. In fact, on the series, Stalking is the one to go back to heaven. Is this a hentai?
It is not.
Why is it so revolved around sex?
That's mainly just Panty.
I'm very confused. I don't know anything about this. It seems like it could be a hentai. Hentai with plot.
No,
but
it's not. Most of it's covered. I've seen this anime.
Okay. That's the premise ever for a story. Okay.
For the characters and the premise, yeah.
What the fuck? But besides that, I gotta say, first of all, I adore the shape language here.
Oh my god, the style is fantastic. I love the stylization.
Yeah, I adore the style. The shape language is really, really great. Yeah, I mean, I think character designs as them on their own, I think they're pretty solid. Yeah, I think my only critique, and even then I don't even know if I would change it, is that Stalking doesn't have much of a silhouette because she's so overtaken by her hair. But honestly, I think it's kind of fine given what we know about her character design. And the bow, I think that's a bow, really helps the top. I think that really helps her not just look like a dome.
It makes it not dome-like, and it also, I think it kind of adds to the character itself, because she's a very reserved character. She's to herself, she doesn't mess with anyone. She just wants to be by herself with her sweets.
Yeah, so I think honestly it's fine. I really like these characters. The premise, not so much, but this isn't the lore clinic.
No.
Yeah, it's like with aces. You can definitely tell that whoever did this was horny.
Yeah.
You can really tell the horny. Fuck.
I think I like the juxtaposition between the two entirely, because you see Panty and she's very uplifted. All of her curves go up in some way, especially with her hair. While Stalking's a little bit more downturned. It's different energies.
Yeah, I think as a protagonist duo, these two are really solid. I don't much see the sister aspect. I don't know how important that is in the show. Obviously, that was not told us in the paperwork. I do wish they had a bit more in common with each other, besides like their eye color. But I'm not too worried about that. It doesn't seem like that's really the point.
No, I don't think so. And also, anime never really has them look that much alike anyway.
Yeah, so
Siblings
that's...
just look so wildly different.
Yeah, so I'm not really honestly too worried about it. Yeah, I gotta say, the only thing that's bothering me about this whole thing is the weird horny premise. And the emphasis on sex.
That's, again, mainly just panty.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems really weird. Definitely a mature magical girl vibe I'm getting.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't know. I also don't know how I feel about, out of the two going back to heaven, the one who is more sexually promiscuous does not. I don't know if that sends a good message, but again, that's lore critiques more than anything. Because, you know, you don't want to... There's nothing wrong with being sexually promiscuous.
Right.
So that's another lore critique, but generally I think these are pretty solid character designs.
Very solid.
I do think before anyone... A warning for artists is before you can do something extremely stylized this, you need to know the basics before you can break it. So I would not want somebody learning and just copying off of this, because they won't know the basics to be able to actually pull it off, kind of thing. But that's just, again, that's an artist thing. The design themselves are pretty good. I think the only thing I would honestly change would be on Panty. I'm not a big fan of the purple eyeshadow or the blue hoops. I think she should have kept to the very warm color scheme. I probably would have at least tried red eyeshadow to pull in the shoes and the dress and stuff.
I have to disagree with you with the hoops, because that ties in the eyes more.
I don't think it's really necessary. With such a simple character design, if there's more details, yes, I would want the blue throughout the rest of it. But the hoops are so close to the eyes, so I don't think it's necessary. I think having the gold would have been better. Again,
I don't agree.
Fuck you. Again, I think it's so simplified because you could say the same thing about stocking. Why isn't that blue specifically everywhere else? And it works because it's a point of contrast. It's a point of to catch the eyes. If Panty had, again, more visual details, I would want the blue elsewhere, but she does not. It's very simple. It's very angular. Yeah, I don't like the blue there. The blue to me looks like, I've seen artists do this, where they take every part of the character before they do their colors and they fill it in with like a random bright color. And then color over that with like the clipping feature. And it looks like they forgot. It looks like they forgot the hoops. Gold would blend into her hair. I don't think so, because you've got the gold right here. It doesn't blend in at all. Especially with the sharp line art. I don't think it would. Yeah, I don't like the blue. And I don't think the hoops are really a point. We don't need to be looking at her ears. That's not the point of
red
this.
would be better than gold.
Yeah, I mean, it might not. The gold might not be the way to go. Red might be a bit better. But even then, I think red would stand out too much as well. I'm really not a fan of that blue. The only reason why I can see that they would have all of these colors is because I think stereotypically, quote unquote, sluts are portrayed as having a whole bunch, like a cacophony of colors and jewelry and like weird out there makeup kind of thing. And I think that's what they were going for. I don't think they were going for a good character design. I think they were trying to make her look like a slut.
I can say that.
Which, again, morally, I have problems with. But what can you do? Yeah. Yeah. So I don't think I will be watching this anime, but generally I think these are very good character designs. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to bother pulling up the other pictures. I don't think there's really a point.
No? Alright.
Yeah. I'm also really confused as to why they're in such a different art style. But that's just whatever. I think that's good. But yeah, generally I think they're very good, very stylized. But the contrast is generally good. They're generally good characters. So everything that I was saying about the eyeshadow and the hoops, I think those are very nitpicky. I think generally they're pretty alright. You know?
I do know.
Okay. Well, let's get this out of here. Let's bring up our next patient. Oh, another really big picture.
Big.
Okay, here's our next patient. This is a character I have seen before. This is Roxy! I wonder who made the appointment for this. Okay, what do we have on the paperwork here? This is Roxy, a furry OC. She's part Gardevoir, part squirrel. In terms of background or personality, there is a small one. She loves to cosplay and listen to music. Also, she DJs as her main job. Okay. So I'm presuming this is a self-insert for Roxy.
Mm-hmm.
Gardevoir and squirrel.
Definitely interesting picks.
Definitely an interesting pick. I'm wondering why those two specifically. Mostly because, if I'm remembering Gardevoir's design off the top of my head, the only thing I really see of Gardevoir here is the chest stone thing.
Mm-hmm. Which even then, the chest stone thing on Gardevoir is a flat tone. It's the same texture as everything else with Gardevoir. This one seems shiny, like an actual gem.
Yeah, so, again, not a lore doctor, but I would adjust the lore. So maybe it's not Gardevoir, and maybe it is a stone. Maybe there's a lore reason why she's a stone in her chest. Maybe it's the source of her powers or some shit. I don't fucking know. Be creative. So yeah, other than that, I don't really see Gardevoir in here anywhere. I see squirrel. But even then, I don't see squirrel. This is giving fox to me.
Yeah, it definitely feels more foxy.
I think mostly, because I could be wrong, but I don't think squirrels usually have this belly patch.
They do.
Oh, okay, there you go. But yeah,
It's the tail for me.
Yeah, I would want to lean more into the tail, have it be a bit more curled, less... I don't want to say less fluffy, because I love fluffy. But yeah, I would want to have it look like a squirrel tail. Yeah. The pink, very cute.
Very cute.
Love the pink. Love the contrast with the blue. I also really enjoy the ombre. It's giving like sunset vibes. I would probably make the ombre bigger on the bangs here. Because like you can really see the orange on the tail, but not so much on the hair, which I think you would want to have the tips like properly orange. because it's not really right now. I don't I'll call out post for whoever drew this, I'm sorry. But I can very much so tell that they just did the ombre right here and didn't give a fuck about this stuff over here. Yeah, you can just tell because this shade of orange is the exact same as this shade of orange, but it's not over here. So you can kind of tell they just airbrushed it over here and didn't give a fuck about this. So I would go back and fix that. I really love the eyes. I love the blue, and I think
he looks so spunky.
Yeah. And I really like the diamond-shaped pupils. I would honestly go with that. With the lore, I would do something with diamonds and rocks and crystals and stuff. I think that'd be really cool. I also... I'm not sure if this is shorts or like a skirt or something. It looks like a skirt.
A skirt?
Yeah, it looks like a skirt and shorts. I don't like the purple. I think the purple's a bit too much. You've already got such amazing contrast up here. Why purple? You know? If you had to do a different color, I would probably go with the blue or maybe the orange. I think the blue would look a lot better, but honestly, given how bright her fur tone is, I would keep that as neutral and boring colors as possible. I would go similar to the shirt where like it shows black. I think that would look a lot better.
Maybe like a darker gray, maybe even a bluish gray, just to have it less saturated. That way her fur tone pops out a lot more.
Yeah, I think the fur is the emphasize. I think like a very desaturated version of the blue would look really nice here. And if you really want a pop of color, what I would do, I would make the blue, I would make the boots black, similar to her bra and her shorts, and then give the laces some color. I think just like a little bit of pop of color from the laces would look really good down there.
I agree.
But
otherwise, I love the combination of the colors all together with the white and then the pink and then the orange.
Yeah, no, I think it's really nice.
It has a good flow.
I think the only other thing I would change about her, this character, is that, based on the small bit of lore that is available for her, it's not shown on her character. This is a problem we had earlier in the stream as well. She loves to cosplay. That's not really obvious anywhere. And she DJs as her main job. Both things that I think would be very easy to add to this character. Maybe a set of headphones or some earbuds. Cosplaying, I think, would be a little bit more harder to add, but I would think about adding like maybe some big chunky buttons. Either like in her hair or maybe attached to the skirt part thing. Maybe add some like specific deliberate stitching almost to give vibes of like sewing. I think that would be really nice. Yeah, I would probably look towards adding deliberate stylistic stitching and big chunky buttons, and then again maybe earbuds or maybe some headphones around her neck or something. Experiment with that, see how it looks.
Yeah, because right now I do still see... I could potentially see the DJing. I can see club going.
Yeah, definitely club wear.
Not 100% the DJing. You can kind of see a small allusion to it. But otherwise, still a pretty solid design. Also, the little cheek bits. I love the little cheek bits. It almost looks like faux blushing.
I was actually about to critique those and say maybe you should get rid of them.
Really?
I think it's too much. With how stylized it is, especially how sharp the eyes are, the two stripes there, it looks like war paint. And that's not...
Or club paint.
It's not what this character is, right? And it's also the same color as her fur, which makes me think it's just markings. If you want it to be evocative of little blushies, just make them little blushies. And if it's quote-unquote club paint. I don't know. I don't go to the club. I'm a VTuber. I would make it a different color. Or at least experiment with a different color. But I think having her muzzle just be white would probably be a lot more effective. Like, this is clearly not a super detailed character design. So
Doesn't have to be.
don't have all these little details. Like, you don't need that. Unless, of course, this is a Sona, and those particular stripes have some personal significance for you. But even then, I would argue it would maybe fit better as, like, a little hair clip. That same, like, equal sign. So have, like, some hair, like a hair clip right there. I think that would be served a little bit better.
Maybe earrings.
Maybe earrings, or on the skirt, you could have, like, you could take the silver bit and just double it and have that same symbolism there. I think that would be fine. I don't think you need the little war paint thing. So yeah, I would, in summary, I think I would rethink the Gardevoir thing. Maybe do something a bit more with rocks and gemstones. And then I think you need to make it more obvious that she's a squirrel, because she looks like a fox right now.
Oh my god, I just thought of why the rock thing would work well. Roxy!
Yeah.
Duh. That's just the perfect go-to.
So yeah, I would have her tail probably curl around more. Make it really sell that it's a squirrel tail, because right now, again, she looks like a fox. I would also probably look at what squirrel ears look like, because I don't know if they're sharp like this. This is very evocative of, like, a fox.
I think they're a little bit more rounded.
Yeah, I think squirrels have a bit more rounded ears, so I would look into the anatomy of a squirrel and go from there. But other than that, honestly, I think generally it's a pretty solid character design. I think everything else is pretty nitpicky. If I had to change one thing about this entire character design, it would be to get rid of that purple. I think the purple's way too much, and it doesn't fit. Yeah, that would be my thing. I would at least experiment with it. No idea if it'll be good. So yeah, hope that helps. Da-da-da. All right, get out of here. Get out of my office. Okay. Next character, another one of Roxy's OCs. Oh, I love helping people with their OCs. This is so fun. Okay, this is the character we have in front of us. This is Roxy's character, 6. She's one of the main OCs. She's a dragon centaur, about 5 feet tall from her feet to her back, and then another 3 feet tall. So a total of 8 feet. Sorry, not much of a story here. That's all right. Work in progress, work in progress. I understand. I'm going to divorce myself from my hatred of centaurs right now. I don't like centaurs. That is my personal bias. I promise I will not, I'm not gonna hate on centaurs for, I don't like centaurs. But I'm not gonna critique her for the fact that she's a centaur. Centaur-tar!
I am not a centaur. I am not a centaur.
Yet.
What do you mean, yet?
Don't worry about it.
You would disown me.
I would. My main concern for this is the dragon thing. I'm just... What? Dragon centaur? That's... It's, like we talked earlier with Ace's character. That's a lot. It's a lot going on. And it's a very weird combination. I really don't think you need to be a dragon and a centaur. Just from a lore perspective. It's just a bit too much, you know? Like being a centaur or being a dragon, both of those things I think are unique enough in their own, where you don't need to keep adding on things to make a character interesting. Yeah. Also personal, not really personal, but why she got 4 boobs?
That actually has anatomical reasoning. Though I don't know if they would be that big, just because we're going into territory that we don't 100% understand. We don't have this in reality. But because of the wings, you technically have another set of pectoral muscles. Well, actually, because of the arms and the wings, maybe there would be more. I don't...
Yeah,
we're going into different territory here.
No, that's what I was about to say. Why does she have 4 boobs? She would need she would need another set for the arms, another set for the second set of arms, so that would be 3 sets. It's just too much.
I think there's a lot of limbs going on here.
Yeah, there's way too much. I think you need to slim down her silhouette. You've clearly got a lot of ideas for this character, but honestly, I would divide it into 2 different characters. I would have a dragon with all of the green stuff, and then I would have a centaur. You don't need to combine those 2. Bigger wings would be necessary for that much mass too. Yeah, you'd need huge wings to carry a fucking horse. Holy fuck! Like,
we're not even talking about like angels and dragons at this rate with humanoid design. We're talking a horse body.
Fucking horse.
That's bigger.
So yeah, for silhouette reasons, centaurs are already incredibly unique, very interesting. Yeah, I would divorce the dragon part from the centaur part. But that being said, I don't think I would get rid of the horns. Because I really like the horns and the visual interest they give to her head specifically. Her hairstyle is not very interesting, and that's fine. She looks like a more plain, simple character, again, besides the fucking weird dragon shit going on. And I think the horns give a really cool point of interest. They remind me of a goat, personally. So I would go all in on that. Instead of centaur being half horse, half human, I would go half human, half goat. I'd go with that theming. I think that could work really cool.
I agree.
Other than that, again, divorcing from the weird extraness of the dragon parts, I think she looks like a pretty simple, very plain Jane sort of character. Maybe you would want to have like a cool storyline of she is maybe really shy and doesn't want to be noticed, but she's a fucking centaur, so of course everyone's gonna be staring at her. Yeah, no, I would definitely remove a set of arms, remove the wings, remove the dragon tails, remove the dragon limbs, replace those with like goat legs.
Do a little goat tail.
Yeah, I think the dragon's way too much. Though I do like the little bits of green. I think green with this very earthy palette of the main character is
chef's kiss.
It's really nice. So I would maybe add like a green flower in her hair, or maybe
flowers, like, bracelets.
Yeah, I was gonna say a bracelet would be really nice.
Anklets, I guess, because centaur.
Maybe paint her nails green, kind of thing. Just really small, subtle touches of green, I think. And yeah, but honestly, generally, if you take away the second set of boobs, we don't need that. That's weird. I think if they're, especially because this is the human half. Humans are not going to have a second set of boobs. If there's going to be extra boobs or teats, it's going to be on the underside, and that's just not how anatomy works. You're not going to have boobs down there. It's just going to be like teats, and you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Stop being horny for a second. Just stop being horny for a second. Yeah, take away the second set of boobs, take away the second set of arms, take away all of the dragon parts, and then just let her breathe, you know? She's got too much going on. If you do that, I think you'll have generally a very, very solid character design. And you can still have her be 8 feet tall. That's fine. Don't worry about, like, that's big women. I love big women. And if you take away the second set of boobs, you could just make this set of boobs bigger. Everyone loves bigger boobs. You know?
That's why they're watching you.
That's why they're watching me. I've got the assets.
You have the goods.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be my... Yeah, drop the dragon, I think.
Drop the dragon, add goat.
Yeah, that would be my advice here. Unless...
imagine, like, instead of human ears, it's goat ears on the side.
Oh, that would be cute. That would be very cute.
And then you could have piercings there, too. Add a little bit more green up there as well.
I don't know if I would give her piercings. Again, she seems like a very plain Jane sort of character.
A little stud might work.
It depends on her lore, I think. I don't think I'd add piercings to her. Not unless she goes through, like, a heavy arc of, like, rebellion and self-discovery, and then you'd have to change. You'd probably want to change her clothes, because this, again, is a very reserved
modest
outfit. Yeah. Yeah, I think that would help her a lot. I also am curious why she's named 6.
Yeah, is it because she has 6 limbs going on? On the upper half? Why is 6? Is it because it's an even number?
Because she's got the legs and the arm and yeah, I don't know. 6 is a cool name. I just want to know. I'm not critiquing you. I just want to know.
I'm just curious about that, right? This is just, you know, character lore reasons.
Yeah, I just want to know. I love lore. But yeah, I think the best thing that 6 currently has going on for her is her color scheme right now. The little bits of green is it's really nice with the earthy tones. And then the blue, and then just a hint of blue from her eyes to contrast that. It's very nice.
Nice analogous color scheme going on with the more neutral tones of, like, the beige. Is that beige? Very light brown. White.
Yeah, no, it's very... I really like the colors. Solid color choice here. So yeah, that would be... Yeah.
Yay.
So yeah, strong foundation, especially with the colors. Just don't do too much, you know? You don't need to do a lot to make an interesting character. Okay. I'm so excited about this next one. I'm so excited about this next one. This is gonna be perfect. Guys, I'm so excited. Rexy says, so there's a small story, not a solid one though. She was part of a lab experiment. And 6 or 06 was her full name, was her code number. Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Okay, I can see a cool reasoning for the naming scheme then.
I like that. I love characters with number names. I think that's super cool. Anyway, next patient. Hatsune Miku!
Hatsune Miku!
I fucking love it. Perfect. Why are you even here? Get out of here. We don't need Miku in here. She's perfect just the way she is.
Honestly, yeah, I can't think of a whole lot of critique here.
Well, we don't need to do critique. We can talk about why she is amazing. Besides being Hatsune Miku, the inventor of Minecraft.
Yes. So, first off, silhouette. Beautiful.
Oh, stunning silhouette. Absolutely fantastic.
You know, just by the silhouette, who this is.
I guess you call them twin tails, don't you? Hatsune Miku, ruler of the internet. So true, besties.
So true.
Her hair adds an extra 5 feet of effective range. God help us if she has pole arm mastery.
Of course she does. She's Hatsune Miku. But yeah, no, clearly her main color, teal. But then the pops of the magenta just adds to it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love the pops in magenta. If I had to give a critique, I would want a little bit more magenta. Like, a little bit
maybe
more
in her
south.
nails.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, not even her nails. I really like that. I think, like, maybe a bit of magenta in, like, the computer bit on her
yeah, the
arm
little
warmer.
panel.
Yeah, I think a little bit of magenta in there could have looked really nice.
Maybe something on the ankle.
But they're different versions of Miku. I know.
There are. This is the main one, though.
This is the main one. We're not talking about her alternate outfits.
We're not critiquing her entire closet.
The fact that you can make so many different versions of Miku and still have her so easily identifiable as Miku is fantastic. It's a simple character design, but it's so incredibly effective, and that is why having a good silhouette is important. You have this base character and you have this amazing silhouette. This is what we were talking about before with the different skins. You need to be able to identify your character based off of silhouette. And having such a huge, striking feature, such as those twin tails, mwah, chef's kiss. Beautiful. This is Miku. This is our queen. You know?
Miku dayo.
Miku dayo. Yeah, it's a really solid character design. I'm personally very partial to, I guess you could call it a monochrome design, where you have like one main color that defines her entire design with just a tiny bit of contrast. Beautiful, perfect, amazing, stunning. I love you, Miku. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here, Miku.
Thank you for blessing us with your presence.
Thank you for coming for your physical today.
Yeah, thank you for checking in with us. I have no critiques. She's beautiful. Yeah, no, Miku's perfect. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, I don't know what to say. She's beautiful. She's amazing.
Yeah, we really went over what is perfect about her. Monochrome with splashes of color, strong as fuck silhouette. She's not too busy. She's simple but effective.
Yeah. You don't need a lot to make a really fantastic character. And if you have a really good base character, then you can go wild with the outfits. You know? I love her. I love her to death. She's amazing.
Yeah, no, Miku is just Miku.
Miku's
Perfect
Miku.
design.
How am I supposed to say anything bad about Miku? I could never say anything bad about Miku. I do love the little bits of like tech on her to just really emphasize that or subtly emphasize that she is in fact like a voice bank. Like, she is not human.
She's an android.
Yeah.
At least in this physical form. She is an android.
I really, really like the very subtle details to indicate that the little, I'm presuming that's a microphone, part of like a headset thing.
Yeah, headset with a mic.
The little panel, which I don't know what that actually does functionally, but it's fine.
It's cute.
It's cute. The very angular tattoo on her arm, like literally the model number. It looks fantastic. She's stunning. Just like the subtle nods to who she is as a character, while still being a simple, easily identifiable, fantastic silhouette, fantastic color scheme. It's amazing. They knew what they were doing.
Hats off to Miku and the designer of Miku.
Yeah, I bow to you. I bow to you. Thank you, Miku, for being here.
All right, let's go ahead and escort her out. Yeah.
Yeah. Bye, Miku. Say goodbye, Miku.
Love you, Miku.
Bye, Miku. Love you. Okay. Let's bring our next patient in. God, it's already almost been 3 hours. Holy shit.
God damn.
This is a lot of fun. I don't know if we're anywhere near the end, so we might have to do this again.
We're like halfway, a little less than halfway.
Okay. Look, I haven't organically thought of a dream daddy in forever.
I have it still. Not installed, but I have it.
So this is Brian Harding from Dream Daddy, a dad dating simulator. Tartar's favorite game.
No, that's Legend of Zelda, but shut up.
You're not allowed to talk to me. I'm the doctor. You're not allowed to talk to me like that.
No, doctor.
It is so refreshing to again the different body type.
He has dad bod.
This is so nice, and he's not the villain. What a concept!
He's not the villain. He's competitive,
but he's
not
a
villain.
villain. He's not a villain now, is he? It's just fantastic. Okay, so Dream Daddy inherently is just a bunch of dads, right?
Yes.
So you're gonna have a simple character design. But it's so effective. We can't see the entire character art in this. But God, he looks like a dad. He looks like a good dad.
I love the colors with him because we have, the ginger with the green. Very good color combination there.
He looks Irish.
He does look Irish. Is that an Irish name?
Harding? I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't know though.
So I genuinely love this character design. I think he's designed very, very well. I love the dad bod. I love again, we're talking about square and round shapes that have made up this character. I think that it was done really well. I love the
He has so much round to him.
Yeah. It's like compared to say Kingpin, it was very square to make it look more intimidating. He's square and round, as was Kingpin. But his squares are softer. His squares are rounder, which makes him a much more friendly character. Yeah.
Yeah, he's friend-shaped.
He's friend-shaped. So that's why shapes are really important when you're thinking about a character.
Did you go over the shapes with them?
Yeah, I went over the shapes.
Okay.
I also really love the little awkward smile. Like...
Oh, the little lopsided smile.
Yeah, it looks really good. I think it really portrays, like, a little bit of sass, almost.
Yeah, definitely.
As you can tell from all of the information about his likes and dislikes, and obviously being called the rival dad. A little bit of mischievousness, almost. Yeah, no, I think he's a fantastic character. I don't know what else to say about this. I love the colors. The colors, really, mostly, are popping out to me.
Colors, shapes, the little intricacies of asymmetry here and there, like with the smile. That it's solid design.
Really solid. Really simple. You don't want to go too much, because considering it's a dad dating simulator, this should just be a normal dude at TM. But still an effective character design.
I try.
Going into your square hole, motherfucker.
I don't think she would mind.
But yeah, no, very, very good character design. Okay, as we continue to go, friendly reminder, everybody. If you too want to add more characters in for the CDC, you are more than welcome to. Feel free to add as many characters as you want. And if we don't get to them, guess we'll have to do another day in clinic. You know?
Okay. Which also extra reminders, no VTubers or OCs that do not belong to you, and pickers are fine.
Yes, pickers are 100% fine. This next one's going to take a hot second to set up because there are 6 different images.
Oh god, we're gonna have 6 different people in the clinic at once?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
They're clearly meant to be an ensemble.
Alright, this is gonna be a bit of a challenge. Let's try to squeeze 6 extra people in here.
Yeah, it's a small office. It's not the biggest. So you gotta give me a minute. I gotta make new image sources. Fuck.
Oh boy.
This is gonna take a minute.
While we try to negotiate 6 people, how y'all feeling?
Yeah, how are you feeling?
Have you done to learn?
I hope you're enjoying this.
Next patient, the Taros crew in its entirety. No, not yet.
You guys can add that. If someone adds it, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, we can talk shit about the Taros crew.
That's up to you guys.
I have learned, but also I'm extremely unwell. Oh, I hope you feel better.
Yeah.
But I'm also glad you're doing a learn. Haven's enjoying it? Fuck yeah.
Yay!
Fucking love character design and all this shit because people think it's easy.
It's not.
It's not. Art is hard.
Art's really hard.
It's really a science. It's subjective, but it's a science.
Whoops. Don't look at that.
Whoop, looking. Eyeballs.
No, they're not supposed to be here yet.
You know, while you're doing that, I'm gonna quickly run to the bathroom.
How dare you?
Look, alright?
No.
My character design. I needed to pee.
Yeah, alright, go for your bathroom break. Dun, 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 dun. I've never had to have fit 6 people into the office before. This is going to be quite the challenge. We have a Taros crew. We have a Taros crew character design clinic every time Beanie has to draw them. Are real. Oi, Doc, is it weird that I cough when I draw? Yeah, it's not supposed to happen. Take ibuprofen. Sorry, I have to arrange all 6 of them into one fucking area. This is going to be difficult. You gotta give me a little bit. Anyway, back to work. Love y'all. Thank you for popping by, Try. Love you. Have a good night. Sorry, I'm trying to fit everything in. I didn't really plan for 6 characters, but it's fine.
Is it fun?
I'm trying my best here.
And you're doing fantastic.
Almost done.
Almost got all the patients in here.
Almost. Roxy says, I've learned how much I have kind of neglected Six and Roxy, even though they're my mains. I haven't done much with them in a long time. That's okay. You know, sometimes you just move on from characters a little bit, and that's alright. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hopefully this reinvigorates you to go back to them and be like, okay, you know what? New start, fresh start. Let's get. Oh, no, all of the patience. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a lot of patience. Let me just rearrange them a little bit.
The fucking stand up at us.
Just fucking Power Rangers. Fucking.
As long as they don't hit us and make us explode, I think we'll be fine.
Well, we're here to help them, so they better fucking not. I might need to make them smaller. Fuck. It's very hard to fit them all in here. Let me just select them all. I have to move them. I have to change them one by one. Motherfucker.
Roxy VD just cheered 1 bits. Though. Power Rangers. Insert explosion here.
Please do not explode the doctor's office. What the fuck?
We'll have to pay rent on that. Come on.
Yeah. Fucking charge that to your insurance. They're not gonna like that. Oh, I still can't.
These the Power Rangers. They are. We will go over the paperwork in a hot second once we can get them in the clinic properly.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them.
Okay, that's the best. That's the best we're gonna get. Okay.
People blowing up the doctor's office.
Rebuild's banned. Okay, these are the Power Rangers. Everyone say hi to the Power Rangers.
Hi, Power Rangers.
They're here for a visit. Okay. This appointment was made by Omega. These are the Ranger suit designs that are from one of my playgroup's custom full homebrew Pathfinder game. The general background is this. A group of individuals are called upon by the Power Gems to fight off a new threat that has reemerged. The Gems find 3 suitable candidates of their world to take up the mantle of Power Rangers, though the Gems have to look farther than the planet they are on. Calling upon 3 humans from Earth instead of COVID outbreak, Rita Repulsa is released and the Putty Morphin Power Rangers appear. And these 3 are whisked away to planet Beryl, where the gender roles are reversed as compared to those of Earth. Thus, the Prisma Rangers begin their journey and battle against the Dark Alliance. But there is a mystic force that empowers them, causing great and wondrous changes within to help them in their battles. So we have Gwen, the Black Wolf. The gem is Goshenite, a wolf-like female of Beryl. Chase is the Blue Wyvern. Their gem is Maxine, a human male of Earth. Kierna is the Red Liger. Their gem is Bixbite, a cat-like female of Beryl. Misty is the Yellow Kong. Their gem is Heliodor, a monkey-like female of Beryl. Vittorio, the Pink Phoenix. Their gem is a Morganite. They are a human male of Earth. And Melissa is the Green Griffin. Their gem is Emerald, and they are a human female of Earth. Okay. So, these characters are very clearly an ensemble. So they all have to match with a very slight variations within. But even then, I think these characters are far too similar to each other. I think
go ahead.
I think a lot could be done to differentiate them. A bit of a call-out post, but I can 100% tell that the one who drew this made a single base and then just changed their helmet design and then ever so slightly the breastplate. You didn't draw all of these individually, which is fine, especially since, again, they are an ensemble, but I think you can make differences to each of the characters to make them look like they are a part of a team, but make them each their own. And having the different chest plates helps, but even then, I don't think they're all different. I think it's based on their gender. I think.
Yeah. I believe so. Because all the ones that have a more rounded chest plate, I believe, are the female Power Rangers.
Yeah.
And the ones that are more... I think they look heart-shaped, but sharper edges are male.
Yeah, that's very definitely in heart shape. Yeah. It's very obvious that they were just copy pasted and color swapped.
Mhm.
So I think putting some more effort into their design is very much so a good idea. The main thing I would do is look into each of the gems that you picked. That's so cool, putting all that research into which gem fits each of the characters, and then look at the common cuts for those gems, and then make that, maybe not with the shoulder plates, because I think you want those to be angular, but maybe with the chest and the belt gems. I think that it would be very useful to have those be different from one another.
Mhm.
I would also play with maybe their boot designs. Maybe give some of them like a flair, depending on their personality, kind of thing. Or like, I don't know, invert some of them so it's more pointy instead of there's so many things you could do, because really the only difference between these guys is their color and their helmets. I really think you could push this a bit more and still make them look the same. You can 100% do that.
Mhm.
I'm also... Sorry, I'm trying to... Gwen the Black... I think you could adjust the helmets as well to make them more evocative of the animal they're supposed to represent. Yeah, because some of them you really can't tell. The pink one specifically, it's supposed to be the pink phoenix. That don't look like a bird. That don't look like a bird.
Some of them are really good, like the wolf one, let's see, the liger, the griffin.
I think they could
Yeah,
all.
some of them.
I think they could all use an update. And I think incorporating the eyes into the actual visor part, like the bit that you see out of I'm blanking on the word. I think having that instead of having a second set of eyes would be a lot more effective. Like have the helmet of the wolf one, like actually give it a snout, you know, make him look like a snarling wolf kind of thing, and then you would be able to differentiate the silhouette a bit more. Instead of having these tiny little nubbin ears, you could have like these big ones that would differentiate the black Power Ranger from the I think this one's the liger kind of thing, because the only real outward difference between those two silhouette wise is that this one has slightly rounded ears. So yeah, they're very clearly copied and pasted, and then hue shift. I would put some more care into each of the designs, because you can still make them look like a team, but give them their own personality and their own fighting styles. I at least I presume they would all have their own fighting styles. I don't know Power Rangers.
Also, body type.
Yeah, they all have the same body type. Like, surely some of them are broader, some of them are smaller and more agile, some of them are stronger, some of them are taller, some of them are shorter. Obviously, I do not have their height references. I just matched them up to fit in the office, but surely... They should also have different weapons. That's a good point, Koma. Yeah. Depending on the weapon they use, you should also consider changing their armor or whatever to make it a bit more usable for them. Like how there's different kinds of like gloves, for example. So there's like a drawing glove versus like an archery glove versus a glove you might want to wear to hide your fingerprints versus like all kinds of things. So I would definitely think about the characters a bit more in depth and individualize them. I think that's my biggest critique, is I think they need to be individualized.
still enough reference to the original Power Ranger design, but adding a little bit more pizzazz because they did that mainly because of budget, because it was live action. It was literally live filmed. So obviously having the costumes very simple and very close together would be easier. We could go way farther with this.
Absolutely.
We can hit on the asymmetry. We can make it so they still look like an ensemble because they have like the bits and elements with the color scheme, but make it more personalized.
Yeah, I'm honestly my mind's going back to Magical Girls, whereas Magical Girls, they always have different designs, but there's always a theme or overarching motifs that bring the ensemble together into a team. Whether it's for like Magical Girls, it's like maybe they all have like a particular style of ruffle or a particular style of bow or something. Like, figure out something to make sure they all look like an ensemble, but they are still all their own person, because right now they're not. I'm not getting any personality from any of these. And I think the biggest form of individuality between these, which would be the animal helmets, really falls flat, for me at least. I would want to incorporate that, push it to the next level. You don't have a budget, get creative with your art, kind of thing. Especially since apparently, like, some of these are aliens.
Oh yeah, like some of them are supposed to be non-humanoid.
Yeah,
I would love the non-human aspects. I think I saw that one of them was monkey based, one of them's cat based. Let's see some tails.
Yeah, let's see some tails, baby.
Let's see like actual space for ears or like claws coming out of the gloves. Shit like that. Maybe one of them doesn't have the humanoid feet, it has the monkey feet.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
give them anthro legs. I mean, or don't, because it's hard to draw. I get it. I would understand if you didn't do that, but
yeah, push it to the limit.
But yeah, generally,
Get funky.
as a single character, if this was just one person, they're pretty good. But as an ensemble, y'all need some work, guys. Thank you for protecting the galaxy or whatever the fuck. But you need to go see a designer.
Sign up with me later on.
So yeah, you've got a really, really good base here, but you just need to take that leap of faith and push it to the next level and try it, experiment with things. So yeah, that is my there you go. That has been your appointment. Please leave. This place is really crowded and it's really hot with all these people in here. Thank you. Goodbye.
Can you pass the AC?
Yeah, turn it up.
Awesome. Turn it up.
Okay, next. Let's see. What do we got going on now? Oh, this is Komazosi. Okay, 1 second. Bam!
It's drive time for Raz. Have a safe drive.
Have a safe drive, Raz. Awesome. What does that text say? I can't read it. That's really small.
Give me a hot second. I will zoom in. It says, Beanie on it. Hold on.
Sorry to bother.
Sorry to bother. Don't be.
I see. That's very cute.
Very cute. Just a little interaction between the characters.
I love that. I love that. Okay. Via and Mimi. Design 1. A paladin character with flavors of everything being mimicked. The characters are divided. The shy, reserved, cowardly Via. A question mark, mostly human, who grew up on the outermost areas of a village with their mother. Mimi is a loud, protective dog-like character to Via, who only gain consciousness when fusing via their oath. So it isn't very experienced being besides eating. While Via and Mimi cannot separate due to being biologically and magically fused, she can ask Mimi to mimic clothing or just hide away. However, they both prefer to stay in a form that allows Mimi to engage in combat when needed, like the one shown in the image. Okay.
Okay.
My main thing that I'm not into is the color. The color specifically of Mimi. This beige. This weird fleshy color. It's fine, but you've already set such an interesting premise with this purple bit that I would want this to also be purple. Considering like you've got the teeth and stuff coming out of the purple bit, I'm assuming the purple bit is like the interior of a mouth. So like how most humans' skin is one color, and then the interior of their mouth is like a more saturated version of that kind of thing. So I would try almost a lavender color with the skin. I think that would look really nice. And I think it would really sell the contrast between Mimi being purple and then Via being like these green colors. I think that would look really nice together.
Ooh, yeah, the purple and the green would meld so well.
Yeah, I really don't like the dark flesh tone. I don't think it works very nicely.
You can see why it's there, because the original Mimic design is a chest. I don't think you need it, though.
Yeah, you really
Or
don't.
at least make it darker.
I would go with purple, personally. I would try that out, like a nice lavender. I'm also questioning the stitches. I'm presuming they're there just for some visual interest, so it isn't just like a boring
Blob of brown.
blob of brown. But lore-wise, why? I don't know if that's how mimics work. If they would be able to be stitched up and then have that shown even as they like
Morph.
Yeah, morph and change their form. I'm not like against it, but
Is there a reason?
I was just for lore reasons. I'm like, does that make sense? I would consider maybe instead of the stitches, maybe add more like gaps where you can see Via underneath it, or gaps where you can see this darker purple color. I really love the dark purple with the green.
Such a pretty fucking purple.
That's a really fantastic color scheme.
It's rendered, like, the rendering on it's so beautiful.
Like, I love how, like, she looks like she's covered in drool. It's so gross, but it looks good.
It's realistically gross. Design-wise, it looks like gums. The texture is there. I love that.
I think my favorite part is actually this neck piece.
Oh my god, yes.
Teeth. The only thing I would say is I think you should exaggerate them. Like, really bring those teeth up to surround her. Maybe not so much around the front, because you don't want to cover up Via's face, but especially around the side, I would make these two teeth right there and right there. Just bring them up, you know? And even around the back, too. Just really give her, like, a good silhouette. Like, she's got what's it called?
Oh, I can't remember the word
like
for that.
Almost like a big collar, I guess. I think there's a specific word for it, but
Maleficent has it. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think that would really help with the silhouette. So yeah, that would be what I would change. I would make Mimi be a lilac sort of color, and then I would change the teeth to really show off. Other than that, love the asymmetry. Love how like the mouth two over here is like short, while this one's really long with the huge claws. Love that. I really love like how it's like how Mimi's like fused into her neck. It reminds me very much so of Warframe. The the one thing I'm thinking of like logically is, what if Via has to go to the bathroom?
Well, then Mimi just schleps away.
Will she schlep away all of this? Will she? Does that ever happen? Or does that ever happen where Mimi's like, no, I'm hungry, I want food, and Via's like, please, I need to piss first. And they just fight about it, like... like, they're
Mimi's the one who eats, not Via.
Well, like, still, you're eating, so you need to still...
Excrete.
You still need to get the waste out of there, right? So, you've got an ass right there. Do they ever fight about when they're allowed to piss?
Oh my god, yes, that happens. Confirmed. They fight over it.
That's great. I love
that.
That's a fantastic dynamic. I love this. This is a fantastic duo. I love the base you have here. Yeah, I would just make those. Honestly, the color of the brown is your biggest weakness. Again, make that lavender. At least I would try it first. Who knows if it'll actually work. That's what I would do. I think the purple flesh would also really sell like the alienness a bit more as well.
Very unhuman.
Yeah.
And maybe also potentially, just because I saw that the character is a paladin, maybe some armory bits. Just maybe trying to mimic like, oh, what the fuck are they called? It's not gauntlets because that's for the arms. Greaves? Greaves. That will also add a little bit more interest to like the leg area if you don't want to do more fleshy bits.
Yeah, like maybe build up of like bone or chitin or something.
Otherwise, it's still beautiful design, beautiful concept.
I don't know if I would add armor to this, honestly.
No.
Yeah, I think the biological nature of it is enough.
It's more of a natural armor kind of vibe.
Yeah, I go with like a monster's natural armor that you're getting from Mimi. And even then, with D&D, I don't give a fuck about visually drawing the armor. What the fuck? Sarybot! Why'd you ban Black Doom from the Bible?
Let me just fix that.
What the fuck happened?
Sorry, Black Doom.
Sorry, Black Doom.
Sarybot was evil.
What the fuck just happened? I'm so sorry.
Sarybot thought you were a bot for some reason.
Poor Black
Even
Doom.
though you've been here.
But yeah, very solid character design. I can't wait to see version 2 of this. I can't wait. I'm very excited. Yeah, very, very creative character design. Fantastic. Love it. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye, Via. Bye, Mimi.
Okay.
Please don't eat the other people inside of the waiting room.
I'm not liable for any deaths. I was talking about my favorite Batman villain, and it fucking banned you? What the shit? I'm so sorry.
Sarybot just like, you have shit taste. Ban.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, here's our next one. This one is a splash art from League of Legends, which means we can't see a lot of the design, but we'll go with what we got. Okay, so this appointment was made by Song. Thank you so much, Song. This is the virtuoso Jin. Jin is a meticulous criminal psychopath who believes murder is art. Once an Ionian prisoner, but freed by shadowy elements within Ionia's rule, ruling council, the serial killer now works as their cabal's assassin. Using his gun as a paintbrush, Jin creates works of artistic brutality, horrifying victims and onlookers. He gains a cruel pleasure from putting on his gruesome theater, making him the ideal choice to send the most powerful of messages. Terror. Oh, okay. I'm not really sure what to say about this character, because that, in my opinion, is not conveyed on him at all.
I mean, the assassin bit, maybe, with covering up his face at least?
Yeah, he looks a little spooky. But I'm not really seeing the art or the murderer. If I was gonna do this, I would probably want to make that mask a lot more scarier. And I think give him darker clothes. I like the pops of red and gold. I think that probably fits with the character. Given that he's like, you know, heart and shit. But
yeah, it's kind of hard to tell a
what is
lot of the
on his
design.
shoulder?
I don't know.
If I knew
It looks like he has like a metal casing around an arm, if not a metal arm
yeah,
itself.
he's covering something with fabric there, but I can't see what it is. This isn't the best picture to work with. If I knew you were doing this, I would have applied with both this and my May. You can still do it if you're in the Discord. You can go scroll down to the character. What is it called? Character design critique submissions. You're more than welcome to shove characters in there, and we will eventually get through them all. So yeah, please feel free to put stuff in there. You can put in any character you like as long as they are from a popular, like an established franchise. Do not submit other people's OCs unless you have their explicit permission. Do not submit other people's VTubers without their explicit permission. But feel free to put in your own characters. Pick crews are allowed. Your own characters, your own favorite characters, and we'll talk about them. I'm wondering if this is like a paintbrush gun that you can't really see.
It's honestly really hard to tell, mainly because the way that the splash art is done is it's in a mirror.
Yeah. The curve of the handle reminds me of a Splatoon weapon. This is the paintbrush.
Oh my god. Yeah,
So
fucking,
I'm thinking
oh fuck, what is it?
I'm thinking it's a paintbrush gun, and I think that's what he mentioned in the paperwork here. But yeah, I would want to push his themes more, but I can't really say anything else given the picture, unfortunately. I feel like I'm missing a lot of information here.
Mm-hmm.
The colors as they are nice though.
Yeah.
And I do know I believe this is a League of Legends character. So they are designed to be seen from the top down. So I do think it's probably effective in that aspect. This weird bulky thing probably does that very well to differentiate the silhouette from the top down from other League of Legends characters, because there's a billion of them. Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't know enough about him, and the picture isn't the greatest.
Yeah, beautiful splash art.
Oh yeah, artistically.
Hard to see the character itself.
Yeah, artistically, fantastic. But I think we will just move past this one because we can't really say anything about it. Okay.
Also, stop making criminals psychopaths. Bad media.
Okay, let's see. Our next character is a little fucking cutie. Holy shit. Oh, there she is. Why is she
It's a
down there?
baby.
Why are you down there? Get up.
She's trying to be spooky.
She's trying to be spooky. Which is funny because that's her name! This is Spooky from Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion. This is the ghost of a young girl who loved pulling pranks and spooking people. Now she's the head of a 1,000+ room mansion and a laboratory made to keep her soul in the mortal world and gather an army of spooky specimens.
Let me see what you have.
I know.
No!
I think she is fucking adorable. What the shit?
I love that she's just this cute little girl and she's just got this vicious, goddamn knife.
Yeah.
That knife's about as big as her.
So I'm questioning. So she's the head of this mansion and laboratory, made to keep her soul here. Was she experimented on, or is she the one experimenting? I'm not 100% sure. Yes. Okay, cool. I think my only critique of this design, because it's clearly such a simple style, is I think I would make her eyes rounder.
A less oval.
Yeah, I think I would try and like give her like big old moe anime eyes and just see what that looks like. I think the contrast with that and the big fucking blade would be really nice. Other than that,
it's very simple design.
she's very simple, very cute, clearly a ghost, because she ain't got fucking legs. And I wouldn't want to add too many details because, again, it's such a simple design. If I really wanted to add something else, I think I'd cover that knife in blood.
Yeah.
I think
Just,
I'd
you know,
just fucking just douse it. Just blood and viscera. Just really contrast against, like, haha, I'm a cute little girl who's holding a knife that's being twisted inside your gut kind of thing.
Yeah, no, it's a good juxtaposition, honestly. We just have this cute little girl, and then just, honestly, the biggest scary thing here is the knife.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I really like the colors as well. This is a really good show of... This looks like a skin tone, but that's, like, green.
Yes, it's sickly almost.
Yeah.
Dead.
It's good. So... the illusion of colors is really important to play with. So having it clearly looks like a spectral skin, but it's not like cartoonishly blue kind of thing. I don't know. It's really good. I really like this design. I think she's very cute.
Yeah, she looks dead. She looks like she has a spectral filter on her.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's a 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Also, I kind of want that knife. How'd you get in here with a knife?
That's your job to stop.
I came in here to help with you.
Well, you should have stopped her earlier.
I think she was hiding.
Well, she's a ghost. She'd probably be invisible.
Yeah, damn it.
All right. Thank you. Please leave with your knife. You can leave it with Hunter. Thank you.
I'll just take that. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Putting that in with the collection.
All right. I have problems with this next one. I have a very specific problem. And it's not actually a problem, but it's a problem for me specifically. So we have this character. Their name's Vraska. That's just Vriska. Homestuck.
I'm biting you.
So I'm gonna try my best not to say Vriska. It's Vraska. So Kama, thank you so much for making this appointment for Vraska, the Gorgon Queen. Vraska is a Gorgon from Magic the Gathering, from the plane of Ravnica, the leader of the Golgari, a faction about rot and growth. Vraska used to be a simple worker, but after a situation with the other guilds captured her, she broke free, awoke a spark and ability to travel to other planes. After she first discovered this ability, she was scared of it and tried to get back, eventually meeting with Jace, and both quickly grew fond of each other over their adventures. After she returned to Ravnica, she became an infamous assassin and queen of the Golgari through her terror and her experience with other planes. Currently, with her lover, though you wrote liver, Jace, she wishes to make a plane where all have equal chance at life that she desired so long ago. I think my main thing is that she's got just a tad bit too much going on. I love the mushroom shoulder armor here.
Mm-hmm.
But the mushroom bit and the snake hair is a bit too much for me. I think being basically like the queen of rot and growth and like mushroom and fungi and stuff, I think that's enough. I don't think she also needs to be a snake. Yeah. No, that's pretty much it. Other than that, she looks cool. She looks really cool. I love the fungal. Using the fucking mushrooms as armor is super cool. We can't see much else, but that's fine. I think the snake bit's just a bit too much. Love the glowing. I love the glowing eyes, especially considering that's the same color as like these scars? Question mark. Through the rest of her design.
Scars, energy.
It's some kind of energy. Yeah, I think the snakes is just a bit too much.
See, I'm fine with the snake, mainly because it adds to what I'm presuming is a very nature-based thing. But yeah, I feel like if she's rot and decay, I don't see anything specifically for why she's a snake.
Yeah, again, it's just a bit too much. You don't need all that. You don't need all that. Like, it's fine. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
Just normal hair would probably be fine.
Really don't
or like mushroom bits coming out of her head.
Yeah, I think like a crown of mushrooms would have looked a lot better. Yeah. But other than that, I think she's fine.
I love the color palette with her. She looks like Rod. The choice of green was perfect.
I loved like the dark on her hands.
Oh, yeah, like the decay on her fingers going up.
Looks really good. Obviously we can't see much of her from this, considering she's sitting down, she's in the dark. We can't see what she fully looks like. But that is what was submitted. So, honestly, just gotta wait. Just take away the Gorgon. You don't need that. You really don't need that. But other than that, I think she's pretty alright. Thank you so much, Vraska. Not Vriska. This is not Homestuck. Okay. Let's open up our next patient. Ooh, it's a bit blurry. But we'll make do. Okay. This appointment was made by Song. Song, thank you for the appointment. This is from Dust, an Elysian Tale. Dust is a shy, serious, and very reserved, but with good reason, and a virtuous, heroic heart. His shyness usually makes him come across as a bit standoffish, which Fidget, I don't know who that is, often points out when he's talking to people. He has a good sense of morality, knowing the difference between right and wrong, going overboard with a sense of justice at certain times. However, he's more than willing to help people, no matter what help they are looking for. So seems like your typical, like, shonen protagonist, except a little bit more shy. Is the impression I'm getting here.
So I actually know this character. I played this game.
Oh, is it a game?
It is a game.
Okay.
You are right. He is very, like, I would say once again, this is supposed to be very reminiscent of a Ronin character. One of the big things that was missed out in the paperwork is that he has no memory of who he is. He just knows that he has his sword that talks to him, and he needs to protect the innocent.
Okay. Thank you guys for the Discord notifications. We will be going through submissions in order of appearance. So thank you for your patience. Even if we don't get to them all today, maybe we'll do this again next week. You know? So feel free to put in as many submissions as you want, and we'll just keep fucking doing this. I don't mind this character design. I kind of wish I could see their face a bit more. But I'm not like opposed to it.
I believe that was kind of deliberate. Because if I remember right, every time you ever talk and you see his talk sprite, his face is covered.
Okay.
That's the point of that hat. It's not until the very end of the game that he, like, removes it.
Alright, fair enough. This seems like a very simple style, so I don't think I'd want to do too much. The emphasis is very clearly on the hat and the sword.
Yes, definitely so.
I think my only thing that I don't like is the red on this shirt. He definitely needs a point of contrast, but I don't know. The red's just not doing it for me with the
Lights
teal.
out!
Fuck off, Eggman.
Maybe the yellow would have been better, or maybe...
Yeah, I think the yellow
I
would
don't
have
know.
been better. I'm not 100% sure what the solution is, especially because this is really blurry and it's kind of hard to look at. Kind of hurts my eyes. But I would consider redesigning this middle section here. Everything else I think is fine. And maybe adding little bits of this yellow detail elsewhere. Maybe like a buckle, like a nice like big cartoonish buckle, almost like Sonic. On the shoes, something like that, just for a little bit more contrast. But honestly, it's a pretty solid design.
Yeah, it's a very simple game. The style of all the characters are very simple. It's furries. All of them are furries, so you know there's gonna be a lot of different colors here and there. But yeah, he's just a dude.
Yeah, I don't
You
mind
don't know who he is. He's a Ronin.
I'd probably dial back the teal a bit. It's a little much.
He does get lost.
Yeah, I think I'd dial back the teal and just use the teal as like one big major point of visual interest.
Like the hat?
Yeah, I think the hat's fine as it is. Maybe keep the cloak as well. I think having the pants teal's a bit too much. I think having it be those down-to-earth tones with the rest of his outfit probably would have been better.
Like the gray of his sleeves, maybe.
I think that's brown. I can't tell.
I think it's supposed to be gray, if I remember the sprite right. He's also in a warm area right now.
The sword is definitely interesting. Because it seems like it doesn't belong at all. But I think that has lore reasons, so I don't think I'm going to touch on that.
I can add a little something with the sword that is gameplay important. He will grab enemies with the sword. You see how it has the little spiky bits?
Yeah.
He will grab enemies with that, yeet them up, and slam them down.
Okay.
It's a very fast-paced, smash 'em up kind of thing. Very combo heavy.
Sure.
So with his design, he needs to be very mobile.
Yeah, and I think they've pretty much achieved that. Again, it's very simple. I don't think I've changed too much except for the teal and the red. I think that's a bit weird choice.
And the pants.
Yeah, the teal of the pants. I was gesturing to the pants while I was talking.
Fair.
But yeah. Pretty good, I think. Okay. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Dust.
Goodbye.
Dust to dust, ash to ash.
Okay. Ooh. This is gonna be a nice one. I'm excited about this. Sorry if you hear any crunch munching sounds. I haven't eaten dinner yet. So I'm taking a bite where I can. Mostly when Hunter starts yapping.
What do you mean when I'm you have to...
When you start yapping, that's what I said. Okay. Alright, this is Horned! Horned submitted their Sona here. To clarify, this is a Picro, so there are some limitations which we will keep in mind. I love that this happens to be the Picro that Haven used for the original version of August, because
Oh my god, it is.
I think it just emphasizes how shitty that August Pickeroo was, knowing the potential.
Whoopsie.
I love you, Haven. If you're listening, I love you, but your Pickeroos are ass. But yeah, this is the same Pickeroo. Okay, so this character's name is either Horn or Hunter. For our purposes, we're going to go with the name Horn because Tartar is right here.
Hello.
So the lore on the character is noted to be a work in progress, but Horn is the daughter of a kitsune and an eldritch deity. In brackets, many tentacles. Wink, wink. They are incredibly gifted with magic, including naughty magic. They have a grown-up, very tomboyish, and always love to get down and dirty in both senses of the phrase. The markings in their body and their right eye change color based on their current emotion, with gray being neutral. Okay. I gotta say, I love this. I honestly, I think this is pretty good. I think this is a pretty good starting point.
Yeah. Easy win. Black, red, white. It's gray here, but it has the same flow.
Mm-hmm. It's very good.
You can't go wrong with that dynamic.
I think the one thing I don't like is the collar. But I'm presuming this is a limit of the Pickeroo. So when I actually go to draw this character, I would take this collar, instead of it being like this, almost a neck pillow, I would have it be fur coming off the edge of the jacket to achieve the same effect. But I mean, it's Horn, so we know there's a bit of horny involved. So I would have the fur come off the jacket and help with that silhouette while still showing off the titties. You know?
See, that's where the Pickeroo limitation comes in.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure if it was part of the jacket or if that was a kitsune thing. Like if they just have neck fluffies.
I hope they don't, because I don't like the neck fluffies. I would have that be part of the jacket. And then, because I think you would really be able to see the markings, the heart-shaped marking around the fucking titties. I think it would be best to let that breathe. So yeah, I would fur line the jacket, have it be really fluffy around the neck, and then let the show off the boobs. I also really love the idea of the markings and the gray eye changing color based on emotions. I think that's really cool. And I think the colors that you picked is just plain enough where, pardon me, no matter what color you choose every emotion to be, I think it's still gonna look good.
Yeah, no, like the neutral gray and black with just the pop of red makes it so any color can honestly fit in.
I really like it. Yeah, I would love to see this character fully illustrated, personally. Because I think you've got a really good basis here. Yeah, my literally only critique is the
Neck pillow.
Neck pillow. Yeah, I would definitely change that, and again make it a fur-lined jacket. Yeah. Otherwise, I think it's fantastic. 10 out of 10. 9 out of 10 for the neck fluffies.
9.5, 9.9.
9.5. 9.5. We'll give it a solid 9.5. Because we don't know if the neck fluffies were intentional to be like a kitsune thing. But yeah, I would change that.
Yeah, neck fluffies or jacket thing.
Yeah.
Question mark.
But yeah, especially given the limitations of a Pickeroo, I think this is really good. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah. Okay. Oh, these are I think these are either Rebuild characters or characters from Rebuild's campaign. All right. I've seen these. I have some thoughts about some of them. Okay. So we're getting into Pickeroo territory here. All Rebuild characters. Awesome. Good to know.
Awesome. We will be extra brutal.
I will be, because Rebuild's mean to me. All right. If I pronounce this wrong, fuck you. This is Nyoko Wango. Again, obviously, this is the Picru. This is Beidou's. This is a Yanti sorcerer who appears mostly human, who was sent to a mage college as a spy to steal their magical secrets for her tribe. She tends to act awkward and shy around others, but is cold and cunning if anyone ticks her off or if she finds herself in combat. While she originally had a disgust for non-Yanti, she slowly grew to enjoy and love the culture she found at the college and abandoned her original mission, choosing to live a new life among her new friends. Okay.
Okay.
My first thought is I hate the colors. God, these
I was gonna say that, yeah.
really bad.
It's kind of everywhere.
These colors are everywhere. She does not have a distinct color scheme. Like, I can kind of see what you're doing with, like, the blue shirt and the blue in the eyes, but then you've got, like, the green and the yellow, plus the purple background. I know the background isn't part of the character, but it's just all over the place. It's a lot. And I know Beidou has very limited colors, which is why I don't use Beidou. Despite them having traits for D&D races and stuff. This was one of my first attempts with anything like this. I don't give a fuck.
You came here for critique.
Yeah, no, there's a lot going on here. You got blue, green, yellow, red. You know? She can definitely use a lot of work. I would pick one color to settle with and then go from there. Personally, I think I would go with the yellows and golds because I think it contrasts very well with the red eyeshadow. I think that looks really nice. If you really want another color, I think I'd probably go mostly green. Change your eyes to green, and then have small yellow and yellow accents with just the tiniest bit of red. Again, with the eyeshadow, and then maybe if, like, she's got, like, a necklace, maybe a tiny little red gem or something. Just, like,
maybe the flower being red, because with the black rose and the black hair, it kind of gets lost.
I didn't even see that. Jesus fuck.
Oh my god.
I would just take that out, honestly. You don't need it there.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with the head.
Which is a pick room, obviously, so people are wont to generally just shove shit at a wall and see what sticks. I'm also questioning the feather. I like the asymmetry of having, like, a big thing right here, but she's a Yanti. She's not bird. Which Leaping Frog isn't either, but it still fits a bit better, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to word it, but the feather seems very ill-fitting to me.
I don't know, because I also have a Yantai with a feather.
I don't like
I
it.
have a lore reason.
Lore reasons are fine. But if it's a lore reason, I think it should be a different color. It shouldn't be golden. Because that looks like a... It doesn't look like a feather. It looks like a feather earring. Like,
right.
It is, like, someone made it out of gold. And given she's a spy, or at least was a spy, seems a bit over the top. I think she should be a bit more reserved. So yeah, I think your main thing should be colors, and trimming the fat, so to speak. Yeah. I also this is just, like, my personal thing. I hate her hairstyle. I hate it. This weird.
You know, like the little braid thing.
Okay, well, she's got this weird braid thing, right? And her hair is black, but her hair underneath that is.
I think that's a limitation of the pit crew.
I don't like it. I think it looks bad. I think, especially having a braid here and a braid in the back.
Oh, I didn't even see the braid in the back.
No, it's not it.
The scarf kind of hides it.
It's really not it. It's not here.
For the longest time, I thought she just had the short hair.
Yeah, I would want, I think, something more fluffy. I like fluffy hair, so that might be personal bias, but
I would say stick to either one braid or the other braid.
yeah.
Either short hair but the braid on top, or different fringe, or even no fringe and have the longer hair.
Yeah. And I think maybe emphasize the snake traits a bit more. Obviously you'd have to probably do that in the rest of her design. But maybe more patches of scale elsewhere on her body, like shoulders, her lower arms, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely needs some work. I'm not sure where to go until you pick a direction, kind of thing. If that makes sense. Once you have an idea of what you want, then you can like work on refining it and stuff. So honestly, I would say work on refining this character design and then submit her again.
Yeah, just pick a few colors, work from there. And if you have like MS Pen or something, just doodle on the picker.
So yeah, I think that is that. Thank you so much for submitting her. Goodbye, Snake.
Bye bye, Snake.
Bye bye, Snake. Okay. Let's bring up our next patient.
Excuse me, haven't I killed you somewhere before?
I think we have. Alright, here we go. So, this is Alistair Grimm, once again one of Rebuild's characters, and this is a pick room. Alistair is the ringmaster for the Troop de Grimm, a dark and mysterious circle that travels the lands. Alistair has made a deal with a demon for fame, fortune, and magic, which he uses to empower the troop and hide what they are truly doing during performances, which is they are asking for volunteers and secretly sacrifice the volunteers to the demon, replacing them with doppelgangers. Okay, generally, pretty solid design, I think.
I would say so, yeah, he fits the bill.
I have a few small gripes with it. I would get rid of the clown nose. He's not a clown. He's the ringmaster. You know?
I mean, he died, so I think he's a bit of both.
I would get rid of the clown nose. And then my only other gripe with this is the eyes are one color and this gem is another.
True. I don't like that.
I would change that. Pick one or the other.
That might be a limitation of the pick group, but yeah, no, I think the gold would probably be better, not the purple. Because the purple's nice, but like...
The purple blends in a bit more. This one's a bit more unsettling. I don't like it. I would still go with a different color. I would go, if you don't want to go with the purple, I would go with a different color. Something more bright and less sickly. Yeah. And then make that match the gem.
Otherwise, again, black, white, and red. You can't go wrong with that color combination.
You really can't.
It's the king of color combinations.
It's beautiful. So yeah, that's like incredibly small detail, but yes, I would change the nose and the color of the eyes and the gem and make those match.
Otherwise, yeah, especially with the specific kind of red this is, I love that red for this.
Yeah, it's really
because it feels more evil.
Yeah, it's cold. It's sickly. It's evil. I like it a lot. Definitely, you can tell that this is a villain. Yeah, it's good. Okay. Now, fuck clowns. Get out of here. I feel like you might yell at me for my first comment for this next patient.
Like a good yell or a bad yell?
I don't know. Okay, so this is Archibald Howell Valaire. I hope I pronounced that right. This is a fallen Azamar wizard who studied as a blade singer in his youth. Later in life, he wanted to do something about crime in his home city and ended up with his own private investigation firm. Howell doesn't always play by the rules, but he makes sure to get the job done. He can often be found reading over his notes while smoking his pipe in his office. He also, fun fact, garnered the nickname the 28 AC Wizard. Alright.
Nice.
His name was picked just for you. Yeah, I think Archibald's a bad name. I don't think it's fitting for this character. I think you need to have a very specific character to make someone named Archibald, but whatever.
Yeah, you have to be a chicken in a cliffside home.
Yeah. I think Archibald's a really good name for a chicken.
It is.
This looks like Discount Mortifee.
I'm just disappointed because, like, you're saying that mainly because of the hairstyle and color.
And the expression, bestie. And the glasses, and...
Honestly, unfortunately, you're not entirely wrong, because I can see it.
This looks like Discount Mortifee. He looks greasy.
He's too busy dealing with crime. He can't shower.
Yeah, he looks greasy. I think that's a limitation of the pit crew. Their art style just has really greasy looking hair. I don't like the low ponytail at all. It looks bad. I just don't like the hair. I just don't like the hairstyle. I think it looks really bad. I think that might be my own personal bias, though.
I think so.
But yes, he looks greasy. I think he's got a lot going on. Maybe too much. He's a fallen Asmar. He's a wizard. He's a private investigator. He fights crime. Like, what the that's a lot.
I mean, that part is just because D&D. Fallen Azamar, that's what he is. Wizard, that's his class. Blade Singer is his subclass. And his backstory, not really backstory, but current story, he's private investigator. He has a firm.
He feels like he's all over the place. None of those things feel tied together. I don't feel any theme here, is what I'm saying. It really feels like one of those, like, you know how in D&D they're like, roll a d6 to build your character's traits and shit, and it just, you end up with 6 different fucking traits that have no ties to each other, and like there's no theming, there's no nothing, it's just all over the place. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's the vibes I'm getting here. And I think visually he's also got a lot going on. The red hair is fine, with like the black clothes and the big edgy wings, that's fine. I don't like the color for the glove. It's pretty much the same color as his skin. That's weird. The earrings, fine. I don't know if I like it in combination with, again, the really greasy hair. I really don't like the markings, like the blue, almost Lichtenberg markings.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't like that. I think that's evocative of like something with more storm or like lightning theming.
Or like wasting
like,
away.
Or corruption or something, which does not seem to be the theme of this character. And I think the blue with the red is just, it doesn't work for me. This character looks like he'd be annoying to talk to, which is fine. That is an acceptable character, but he looks like a greasy, he looks like if he was in modern times, he would be a greasy 40-year-old living in his mother's basement.
Damn.
On Reddit and being like, actually, in crime scene statistics, that's what he looks like to me. So if that is not how he is, you might want to consider a redesign.
Or at least it may be a different pit crew.
Yeah.
Because maybe it's the pit crew not doing the character justice here.
Yeah, that could just be the pit crew style. Given the whole play by the rules, but make sure to get the job done. I would want to give more themes of rebellion to him a bit, I guess. Maybe some asymmetry, I think would be really nice instead of gestures to all of this. And I would also question having the wings out at all times. I think I would want that to be like a magical transformation that just like appears. But obviously that's just, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, I think I would definitely go back to the drawing board with this one. Definitely try a different pit crew first. So you can find the one that maybe conveys their personality a little bit better, because I don't think this is doing it for your character. And get rid of the blue. You don't need it. Get it out of here. Get out of here! Either get rid of the blue or get rid of the red. They both can't be here. Not on the same character. Not like this. You don't need it. Hi, Ramune! How are you? Ooh, ad break. Let's take a quick break then. Let's get rid of...
Weak.
Let's get rid of, greasy mortar. I'm so sorry, Refill. Let's get rid of greasy mortarfy while the ads go. I hope nobody is upset over everything I'm saying.
I hope not, because this is supposed to be for education and entertainment purposes. And we're only, 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
Artist objective. Am I giving the character shots? Maybe.
Giving them flu shots.
Don't worry, I'm giving them stickers and a lollipop for it.
Did you hear about the crap that they're doing with the actual CDC and the flu shots?
No.
So right about now, they would normally be meeting to try their best to decide what flu strains to vaccinate against for flu season come fall.
Mm-hmm.
Trump said no.
Of course he said no.
So we're gonna have a very bad flu season. So please be very extra careful this year about sickness.
Mm-hmm.
Or,
Looks like I'm grabbing my mask.
Or, move up here!
I'm biting you.
Why are you biting me? I'm trying to share.
You.
I'm trying to share my bed with you.
Yay.
I got lots of plushies. I got Stardew
I also
chickens.
have a lot of plushies.
I got Stardew chickens. You want to cuddle with one?
Yes.
Get you
Do you have the blue one?
I don't have the blue one.
Nah. Do you have the black one?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to that one.
Okay. You could do
I'll
that.
bring Bunch. And glad here.
Raybelt says, I enjoy hearing the critiques because some of what you are seeing is closer to how I actually picture them. Okay. I'm glad I can give an outside perspective on this shit and help y'all with this. Okay. So the ads are finishing up now, so let's bring in our next patient. Boop. Boop. Okay. So this is another one from Rebuilt. Thank you for spamming us with all these pickers. I really appreciate it. This is, I believe this is pronounced Yilva. Yilva Surmeyer. Again, if I pronounce this wrong, I'm so fucking sorry. A mischievous fairy trickster slash thief who is a follower of Loki. She spent most of her younger years traveling from village to village, playing tricks on the townsfolk and stealing enough food to get her to the next village. This was until she encountered an injured warrior in a snowy field and decided to care for her. Over time, the two grew close and eventually married. While Ylva stopped traveling as much and stealing, she still continues to play tricks on poor, unsuspecting souls. Okay. I think first impression is, again, you got a lot going on here. I think this is the same with the other Beidou, Picru that you made rebuilt. You've got a lot going on here, and I have to ask why. I love the red hair and the yellow shirt. And contrasting that with the purple eyes, I think is really nice. I hate the wings. Why do you have bat/dragon wings? I know you're a fairy, and fairies can look like whatever, but like, why? You've already got these like super awesome like antlers here. Why wings? Why do you have wings? Like, you don't. I would omit those completely. I don't think you need those. I think your point of like a mystical magicness, I think, is the horns. I would lean into that pretty heavily.
Unless that's supposed to be about, being a fairy, then I would omit the antlers, I suppose, because the whole point is a fairy most likely has wings.
Yeah, I think you can have one or the other. I personally prefer the antlers over the wings. And I know fairies can fly, but you could also just make her fly without wings. Just be floating. That's fine. Use a matter of like pixie dust or some shit. Yeah, I would pick one or the other. And I personally prefer the antlers, but that's my personal opinion. Rebuilt says there weren't good wing choices. Yeah, if there weren't good wing choices for a Picru, I would just omit them and be like, yeah, in the lore she has them, but in this Picru, they're not there. That's usually a better choice, in my opinion, rather than putting... Because this is evoking dragon, which is not at all what's going on here. I would get rid of this flower in her hair. Her hair...
Well, I mean, if you're omitting the antlers, maybe keep the flower.
If you're omitting the antlers, keep the flower, but change what flower it is. The red against her orange hair? No, that's not it, Bessie.
It eats up the red. Make it yellow.
Yeah, I would stick probably with yellow. I think that's what I would do. I really like the purple eyes with it, especially with the little bits of yellow in the pupils. I don't think I would add too much purple anywhere else. I'd probably change this green to a purple. And then if you want more purple, I would go similar to this earring right here. It's gray, but it looks purple-ish. So I would go with like a very desaturated purple for this metal, and then have that very desaturated purple like elsewhere on her. You know? But yeah, I think the yellow and the orange really go well together, giving her a very warm color palette with just the little bits of purple. I think to contrast that, I think is very nice. I can't really say much else about her clothing. The black is a good neutral choice. I would probably want something a little bit more, but I can't really say that because we don't have a full body. Yeah, I think switching that, if you're going to take away the antlers, I think a nice bright yellow. I'd try it. I'm not 100% certain on a bright yellow, but I think it would be better than any other option. Again, I'm really not fond of the flower personally. Tartar obviously likes it, but I would get rid of it and just have the big ponytail be the point of visual interest there. I really don't think you need it.
I think it would help to break up some of the orange and also tie in the yellow a little bit more, but otherwise it's mainly the fact that there's an antler and the flower right now.
I personally would just get rid of the flower entirely. I don't think you need to break up the orange. It's her hair. It's fine. Yeah, I would get rid of the flower personally. If you have to keep the flower, I would make it yellow. A bright yellow, and make sure that it is not super close to the orange. Make sure, like with what we did earlier with Lupo's Drifter, make sure you check the saturation and make sure that those colors are not the same saturation. Make sure it's nice and bright, preferably lighter than the hair. But again, I would really get rid of the flower. If you have to break up her hair somehow, there are other ways to do it. And I really don't think you need to. Like, if anything is quote-unquote breaking up the hair, I think her ears does it well enough.
That is true. The pointed ears do help a lot there.
Yeah, so, yeah. I think the bright, fiery colors is really nice. So, yeah. That's
Also,
what I would do.
just to point out here, because I love it so much, we have the yellow in the clothes and then the makeup right next to the purple eyes, so it just, those are complementary colors, I believe, so it really pops.
I'm not personally a fan of the yellow eye makeup, but it's fine. You can keep it if you really like it. I think the yellow eye makeup gets lost in her skin tone a bit. It's
A little bit, but I think it's enough to like emphasize.
I really don't think you need it, especially with the yellowed pupils. Yeah, I think yellow for the eye makeup is a little bit of a weird choice. If she had, if she was black, I think it would
Pop way more.
stunning, absolutely gorgeous. But she's not. She's very clearly Caucasian. Yeah, I think it blends too much into her skin tone. So if you really want to keep it, maybe try making her even paler. That might work. Or just change it out. She's supposed to be a trickster slash thief, so maybe give her a smoky eye kind of thing. Like something darker.
Tie in the black a bit more.
Mm-hmm. A little bit more thievy, mischievous kind of shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's that on that. Hopefully this is helpful. Really like the orange hair though. It's very striking.
Very striking.
All right, on to the next one. I love this pickaroo for one. I love the art style. Holy shit.
It's the wife.
Oh, it is. It is the wife. I didn't even notice they have the same last name. Did I pass the eyesight test? No, you don't have eyes.
Eyeless.
This is Tala Sirmir, an elven chevalier. I don't know what that is. Who traveled the snowy tundra on a large elk, seeking out people in villages who are in need of help. In her travels, she came across a village who was under the claw of a young white dragon. She set out to slay it and succeeded, but the wounds she sustained in battle quickly drove her over the edge of death. By the will of a god or some other mystical force, life was once again breathed into her, and she awoke to find a young fairy woman fretting over her. Yilva assisted her back to a nearby village and cared for her. They grew close and eventually married. Tala became a blacksmith slash weaponsmith for the village and still picks up her blade when she learns of those in need. That's very cool.
I love that. I love the story for that.
That's very cool. Yeah, I'm very curious as to, like, the ambiguous nature of by the will of a god or some other mystical force, because I would want to know what that is, a lore reason, so I can make that, like, appear onto her character. Like, fuck, could you imagine if it was, like, another dragon or something that...
oh my god, and she's infected with, like, dragonbornness.
Yeah. And, like, then you give her, like, slitted pupils and, like, patches of scales and, like, really sharp teeth. Like, that'd be That's so cool.
Mhm.
It was never fully looked into. Yeah, I think that's a major plot hole rebuilt. I feel like if a god or some other higher power is going to revive you, they're probably gonna come knocking eventually to be like, I gave you life, now you have to do this thing for me, kind of thing. I think that,
Bet you owe me.
yeah, I think that you should really consider looking into that.
Clothing wise, I think is cute. It fits for the fact that she seems to be working and living in the tundras.
Yeah, honestly, I think she's pretty solid.
Mhm.
I think my main critique would be that I would want to know what that mystical force is and have that show up on her.
Yeah.
As like a subtle sign. Like, even if the characters never looked into it, you made the characters. You should know. Yeah,
I
I
really
think
think it'd be really funny if it was a dragon.
I think that would be fucking hilarious. If I had to change something, it would probably be some of these scars. Specifically this one. I feel like it stops like weirdly short. If she's gonna be scarred, like, make her scarred. Bring that all the way the fuck up, you know?
I also think it should be on the other side.
Well, she's already got this one going, like, across her fucking face.
Oh, I didn't even see that one.
But having crisscrossing scars could be cool. I would play with the placement of her scars. Obviously, that's probably a picker limitation. So you
Most
probably
likely.
can't do too much about that. And then I think with her and Ylva together, I would want to make sure their designs look really good beside each other. With how they currently are with their pickers, and obviously I know picker limitations, I don't think they do look good beside each other because Beidu's very saturated, whereas this one's very desaturated. And I love the desaturated look of this one rather than the super saturated look of Beidu's. So I would consider building these two or designing these two in harmony. For example, like, they both have ponytails. This one is like wild and crazy with strands everywhere, whereas, say, Ylva's is very reserved and streamlined.
Kind of put together.
From what I know of these two characters, I would probably reverse that.
Yeah.
Make Ylva's very fluffy, very wild, strands all over the place, whereas I think considering she's a blacksmith and, you know, fire, I think she would probably have her hair tied up a bit more securely, maybe a bandana in there. But yeah, I would design these two so that they look like they fit together beside each other. Yeah, because right now the colors are... Yeah, and having Tala be a velvet head while Ylva's a proper redhead. Not too sure about that. Though I'm not sure
Is
if
that
this...
supposed to be red? I thought that was supposed to be brown.
It looks like a velvet head to me. If it's a brown, I would definitely make sure that it's brown, because right now you've got a lot of red undertones to it.
Yeah, I thought she was just a brunette.
It looks red to me. So yeah, I would, again, just when you're designing them, have the two characters drawn beside each other and make sure that they look good. That they both look like their own character, because they clearly both have their own stories, but they still fit together. Like, either whether that be with matching things like rings because they're married, lebzins, or maybe through either similar things or contrasting things like yin and yang kind of thing. Like having one look reserved, one looking wild kind of thing. One has themes of black, one has themes of white kind of shit. Blah, 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 blah. But otherwise, so far, looking good. I like this one. I like this one better than Ylva. And again, definitely look into whatever the fuck that mysterious force is. I think it would be really funny if she was indebted to a dragon. Could you imagine if it was like specifically like, because it was like a young white dragon? Could you imagine if it was like that the dragon's like father or some shit.
That would be fucked
Like
up.
an ancient white dragon. That'd be real fucked up. That'd be so cool. That'd be a good plotline.
Fun fact, every anniversary, Tala would forge them matching silver rings.
That should 100% be on their character design. What? Whether that be on their fingers or if they've been together too long and there's too many rings and maybe like the rings are like in their hair or something, like ornamentation.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
Yeah,
especially because... Can you bring up Yilva again?
Yeah, 1 second. But yeah, I think you should definitely have those both in the... I think you should have those rings. That seems important. Let's put her here. Let's put her over here.
So, specifically with Yilva, that long strand over on the left side, that's an easy place to put rings. That would look so striking.
Absolutely. So yeah, things to think about if you ever get actual art of these guys done.
They're my favorite characters so far, Libsians.
Libsians. So yeah, there you go. So far, pretty fucking good. I really like her. I really like Tala. I think Tala is my favorite one that Rebuild has submitted so far.
A shame that pit crew no longer exists.
Yeah, it's a really good picker. I really love it. It reminds me of what's that song? There's a song about that Miko song about like a reactor exploding. Fuck, what is it called? I don't know.
Reactor spawner?
Yeah, I can see the MV in my mind, but I don't remember what it's called. I don't know. There's no way I'm gonna get it. But it's fine. Okay. Aha, this one. Roxy, I hope you're paying attention!
Roxy!
Okay. So, I have to save a couple images here because we have a bunch of different outfits shown. Let's start off with this one. Ooh, it's really big. 1 second.
This one has quite a bit of paperwork to it.
Okay, we don't need to see the back design of this. Whoever fucking drew this, it is unreasonable amount of space between these fucking characters. That is fucking horrible. I also have beef with this artist because I've been using their art as a reference for Roxy's fucking VTuber model, and they are so inconsistent. But that's just me. I did. Okay. This is been submitted by Roxy. Thank you for making the appointment for this baby. Paperwork. You know her, you love her. It's my baby girl, Avalon. She is an elf from another world. After discovering a new world, modern day Earth, the US, Japan, question mark, not sure. After finding out about this new world and staying for a couple years, getting cozy and familiar with everything, turning modern day Earth into her new home. When she was back in her homeworld, she is a part of an elven tribe, and she was and still has some skill. She still has some skills, but they've been mostly lost after years of not using them. But she was a great tracker and a huntress. She knows her way around a forest or woods, understanding the layouts, the mass fauna and flora of the forest. Now she lives on Earth, in a house, along with her roommates / adopted sisters. I don't know what to call them. Roxy and Six. They are represented as a pixel tattoo of them together. Avalon lives as a content creator. She streams on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok, playing video games and chatting. She makes various videos and clips on YouTube and TikTok, including things that happen during streams or things she likes to share and react to. Lastly, sometimes at certain times of the day, she also does spicy content, plays games, and has some fun. In terms of her design, she has long twin tails stretching all the way down to her butt, going from a light greenish gray color at the base to a more darker light green at the tips, and an orange streak of hair from the left corner of her head. She has 3 different outfits. One of them, the brown cape, is her elven outfit. The outfit... Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. Pardon me. One of them, the brown cape, is her elven outfit, the outfit she wore when she first arrived on Earth. The bandana around her mouth, sweatpants, and flannel are the casual outfits she also wears when she goes out so she doesn't get spotted and recognized. Then her normal outfit, which is also her outfit when she streams or makes content. A few other details also has bits of elements of what I like or what I have IRL, like the mole she has, which is the same ones as mine, and similar placements. Next to the tattoos, I don't have any IRL, however, the tattoos she has are some I want to get, and I'm using her as what they might look like if I were to get them, as she has a similar body type to me. The crotch tattoo is like always a part of her. It's part of her identity, similar to her orange part of her hair. Lastly, she has tentacles. Why? Because I like them, for no other reason. I think they're cool and would be fun if I had them, but they're not totally random. She has 10 tentacles in total, 5 for each arm, and 1 tentacle for each finger. Avalon was inspired by 3 different characters I love and took 3 different, and I took elements from them. Sinon from SAO, High Archer Elf from Goblin Slayer, and Ryu Lion from Danmachi. Some other references online, and as time went on, I redesigned her a bit when I was making the decision of becoming a VTuber and doing streams by taking bits and pieces from other characters from popular medias and from myself. That's a lot.
Quite a bit of paperwork.
That's a lot of paperwork, but thank you for the information. So some of these problems that I'm going to point out, I will say, Roxy and I have already been working on resolving because I am currently making this design into a VTuber model, but we're still going to talk about it. She has, I don't want to say a lot going on, but like a lot going on a little bit in like a very subtle way.
A lot going on in certain spots.
Yeah. Sorry, let me bring up, because we also have all of these different outfits. I wonder if I can fit them all on screen at once.
You might be able to if you layer them.
Yeah. Give me a second. So it seems like Avalon is also a bit of a self-insert, which is totally fine. Nothing wrong with that.
We love multiple self-inserts.
Yeah. I love self-inserts.
Different branches of our personalities.
Yeah. Okay, let me see if I bring you over here, and then I bring you over here. Make it smaller a little bit. I don't know if I can fit all of them, but I'm gonna try my best. Here. Maybe if I make them all smaller. And then the elf outfit. Oops. Ooh. Sorry, fucked up a little bit there. Don't worry about it. Okay, we'll bring that there. Then we'll make that smaller. Put it there. Oh, that one's transparent. The other ones aren't. Okay. Sorry, working on it. Don't worry about it.
You don't gotta apologize about the file size, Roxy. Bigger is honestly better for clearer image. If it's too small, you're gonna see more pixels.
You know what I'm actually gonna do? I'm not gonna show off the tentacle one because I have some immediate thoughts about that one that we can just talk about. Okay, it's fine. We don't need to see your hands. It's whatever. Okay, the first thing that jumped out at me, I'm just gonna cover up the middle one first. I know you said, why does she have tentacles? No reason. I just think they'd be fun. While I respect it, it's really out of place here, and I really don't like it. It's really not great. I just gotta ask why. There's no reason, and that's the big problem. It so does not fit with her themes. If you want a character who can change their arms into tentacles, I think that needs to be a completely different character. I think that needs to be a character with more aquatic themes. If you really, really, really want to do it, at least make them vines to fit with the elf themes, you know? But I would get rid of it. I don't think you need it. And I'm going to be totally honest and upfront here with you. If this is just for horny reasons, I respect it. I'm into tentacles as well. I get it. Just have her have the ability to summon vines. She's a magical elf with presumably plant powers. She can summon them. She doesn't need... Her arms don't need to turn... Her arms don't need to turn into them. Okay? You just don't need it. And I respect the detail of like having one tentacle for each finger and blah 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 blah. You just don't need it. You don't need it. It's too much. At the very least, if you're gonna keep it, make them vines. Why are we randomly putting in like an aquatic thing here? You really don't need it. Make it a separate character if you have to. You don't need to shove all of your ideas into one character. It's just a really weird addition for her specifically. I think it's just like 6 where you really don't need the dragon part. Just simplify. And you can take these bases and make them completely new characters that you can have fun designing with. So that being said, we're getting rid of that. We're not looking at that. Everything else! Do you have any thoughts that you want to bring up right away, Tartar?
So asymmetry is always fun.
Mm-hmm.
We love asymmetry.
Mm-hmm.
I think this may be too much asymmetry. It's almost messy. At least for talking to the first design here, because everything else is honestly pretty good in terms of like the symmetry, asymmetry aspect. The first one definitely seems chaotic, and nothing about her story reads chaos. It feels kind of cobbled together, almost like she stole from a bunch of people and just kind of used these clothing.
Which does sound fitting based on what Roxy mentioned in the paperwork. This is a cobbled together character with no real thought towards overall design and theming.
Mm-hmm. So I would think of a theme first and then see if that fits with the theme that you picked. Because right now it seems like a bunch of things together.
Mm-hmm.
Stitched together. But not in the intentional sense, more so just the I'm throwing spaghetti at the wall.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the outfit has potential. We have changed a few things in the art itself to make it better. The colors are all over the place, but Roxy and I are working on that right now. One of the things that I really don't like that Roxy and I have been working on is the shorts. That's such a cold color. It's like a very cold, very light purple compared to everything else, which is warm and saturated. Even the blue is very warm and saturated and like almost inviting. So that definitely needs to be changed. And then of course the detail that I mentioned to Roxy, if this is going to be a VTuber model, you're not allowed to show that ass there. You're not. No. Just don't do that. Twitch is going to kill you. We have other things we have improved is we are working on changing the color of the sweater. The blue is very out of place. I'm currently experimenting with some dark greens. We've also changed the direction of the rips on her socks to make them horizontal instead of vertical, which has turned out very nicely. The other thing I have problems with is her tattoos. I don't think it's a good idea to use an OC as a testing dummy for your own tattoos. Like, you can draw them out, but don't make it part of your OC's official design. Especially considering I know the depths of all of these tattoos. Like, there's, I think at least in the current iteration that I have on the model, there's like there's a routes that's like inverted over an eye. There's like a cow pattern bean with wings, I think. There's a tattoo of Yoimiya. There's like eyes, and then there's like a constellation, and then there's a Minecraft bee. It's like Hunter said, it's like you're just taking things and throwing them at the wall without actually thinking of the character themselves. Having a sleeve of tattoos is very cool. I love that idea, but the design needs to be coherent and one. You know? If I was going to add tattoos to her, I probably would do something similar to her womb tattoo, where it's more abstract and ornate and magic-like. I would probably give her a sleeve of something intricate, like that, personally. Other than that, without... Okay, another thing that I have had personal beef with, I don't want to say beef, but personal issues with while working on this model is, the hoodie, I guess. Where'd the other sleeve go? Where's the sleeve? It's just gone. Like, you've got this hood question mark. I'm still not 100% sure what it is. Which is fine. That's cool. It's whatever. But you still have the sleeve. So, like, where is the fabric? What's going on here? What is it? I don't understand.
I understand why it's gone.
To show off
to show off the tattoos.
But it doesn't make sense.
You either go with the long sleeve, maybe push up the long sleeve, or maybe just a short sleeve hoodie.
Or just give it to the hoodie.
Or just give it to the hoodie. The hoodie's cute. It's a nice emphasis. But honestly, I think the design overall would be better without it.
I think I don't mind the hoodie, but I would add the extra sleeve in and then just have the tattoo peek it over her shoulder.
And then you can just, if this is going to be a model specifically, there's a toggle to take off the hoodie then.
Mm-hmm.
Ta-da! There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Tattoo scene. You don't need to have the tattoo exposed on one side and then long sleeve on the other.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least give a reason why that other sleeve is gone. Like, it got ripped off.
Yeah,
you would show that.
Maybe show like a bit of rips or something. Yeah. Other than that, honestly, I think the base design for Avalon's very cute. I love how the rendering came out. I love how she looks so far in the model, which I can show off, actually. Let me open up the fucking file. Well, Roxy, if you want me to show it off, please let me know if I'm okay to do that. I don't want to do that without permission.
Mm-hmm. Shall we move on to the second? Oh, never mind. We have an answer immediately.
What is that answer? Sorry, I'm pulling up.
Sure. I don't mind.
Okay, awesome.
Awesome.
It's a VTuber file, so it takes a minute to open, so just give me a hot second.
Yep.
Good work, please. Why isn't it showing up? There we go. So this is what we're working with so far. Oh my fucking god, she's adorable. Making her hair more fluffy, it reminds me of a green onion. I love it.
Oing.
I think the contrast with the little bit of orange in her hair, I think that's cute.
Very cute.
Yeah. I think she's adorable.
Mm-hmm.
We have fixed I fixed the short color, so it is now much more warmer. It's not weirdly purple. And we're currently working on, it's not done yet, it's a work in progress, but the green, I think, looks really cute. I really love this olive colored, obviously the sleeves are not fucking done. But yeah.
Yeah, I like that, especially with, you know, everything else with the green. The hint of darker green really ties it in.
So if I had to choose, I would probably give her the long sleeves. This is the first time I'm seeing the new color. Yeah, I didn't want to show it to you until I had the sleeve done. So this is why this is the first time you're seeing it. So this is personally what I have been working on. So I still have to do the sleeve. It was late as fuck. I couldn't do the sleeve. So we still have to do the sleeve. So yeah, I would add both sleeves. I think it would look really cute. I haven't done her shoes yet either. But you can see the horizontal rips look very good. I think it makes her thighs look bigger, which, you know,
Yes. Horizontal versus vertical stripe theory.
Yeah, and then we'll figure out what to do with the tattoos. I know Roxy's in the process of changing those tattoos. Again, I would take this design and make something abstract out of it that goes up the sleeve. Something very, with these very rounded, very natural shapes, I think would really emphasize her elven nature. And like plant magic rather than anything like angular and all of the stuff going on here. That's what I would
like
do.
the angular for the constellation probably can still make sense, but otherwise, yeah, I definitely agree that the geometric kind of takes away from the roundness of this character, because she has a lot of round elements to her.
Very round. Yeah, I wouldn't. If you really want the constellation, I would say make the entire sleeve look like a constellation. I wouldn't keep both. And I believe Roxy was talking about like a tentacle tattoo on some of the fingers. I think that's probably fine. Especially if you are willing to get rid of the weird tentacle arm ability. Just a little bit of a callback to that, I think is fine. But yeah, this is what we're working on so far. She's so fucking cute! I love her! Sorry, having cuteness aggression. Fuck! I love her hair, she's so fluffy. Look at her!
Point at her. That's my daughter!
That's my daughter! I love her! I love the way her eyes came out. She's so pretty! Look at her!
Aggressively shaking her around.
So yeah, those are just some ideas on changing that, at the very least. Okay, anyway, back to all of this. We still have a few more outfits to talk about. So the second outfit, I believe the stated purpose of that was to hide from people. When she goes out, because she is a famous content creator. I'm gonna be so real with you. If you go out in a bandana like this, people are gonna think you're about to rob them.
Yeah, it doesn't really work well in the modern setting.
It doesn't work well. If this is supposed to be her covert outfit, I would be giving her... I would take away the face mask, for one. Or at least the bandana, and maybe give her, like, a medical face mask, because I feel like that's probably a bit more acceptable to hide behind. Maybe some sunglasses, a hat.
Yep.
Though I don't think I'd do a hat here. You could probably still keep her the sweatpants. I would probably change the color and then dress her in, like, dark clothing. I wouldn't want her to be... I don't want her to look like a thief, but darker clothing will probably make it easier for her to just go a little bit more subtly unnoticed.
Honestly, right now, she kind of feels cholo. She did cholo, like Mexican gangster style.
I've never heard of that word.
It Latino stuff. It doesn't feel covert. It feels gangster.
Yeah, no, I would, especially because it looks like she wants to be comfy, so I would keep her the sweatpants. You could probably keep generally the same idea of the outfits. Keep the sweatpants, maybe pull them up a bit so you don't have to see her underwear. Maybe change from like orange for the top to a black top. You can keep the top purple if you want, though I would keep her color scheme consistent throughout all of her outfits. So maybe with that dark green we talked about, and then maybe like a simple dark shirt. If you want to keep it flannel, make it a black flannel.
Black or the dark green again.
Yeah, no, I would go with, again, the gray or like a darker gray sweatpants. I would go with the black shirt. I would take that green and put it here, and then a dark flannel with like maybe like I would give her ties flannel. I know that doesn't help. Nobody knows what that is, but I would give her ties flannel. I'm pulling him up right now. This is one of my characters. This is old artwork.
Are you talking about specifically the plaid?
Yeah. I would give her.
We're pulling up a physical reference.
This is my art. This is one of my characters. I would give her flannel. If you have to do flannel, I would give her a flannel similar to this in pattern. And colors. I would do flannel like that. Yeah. Something darker. Because again, keep it low key, you know? God, that's old art. It's almost 4. This is 4 years old. I hate that.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. The tie is 4. Oh, fuck.
Old.
If you really want to keep the underwear showing on the hips, don't make it the same color as the sweatpants. Again,
Maybe same color as the undershirt.
I would make it either green, or if you really want to keep the purple, I would go with that for the underwear. I would do that. And there's just morally, I hate flip-flops, so I feel like she should not have flip-flops, but I just hate, that's just my personal bias. I think flip-flops are stupid. Get rid of them. Don't worry about it.
But kill La Chancla
No. Stop it.
is to fend off fans.
No.
Ranged weapon.
But yeah, swap this out for a medical mask and then make the colors a lot more subdued, and I think you still got a pretty solid outfit going on here. And then for her elven one, it definitely looks a lot more fantastical, except for this hip, this thigh belt. This looks really weirdly modern here. I'm not really sure how to reconcile that.
Maybe making it more grassy? Instead of a tactical thigh belt, maybe a leaf garter almost?
Yeah,
Something
I think
similar to like her cape.
I think I would just have like vines wrapped around here. Vines wrapped around her thigh. If this is also her elven outfit, again, why is she showing her ass off? You don't need that. I would make this a little bit more practical, and at the very least make them like shorts length rather than. You're never gonna be able to wear an outfit like this on Twitch. If this is gonna be your VTuber, Twitch is going to hang you. You can't get away with this. You gotta cover up a little bit, so I would give it at least like a booty short, like same length as like her shorts in her standard outfit. I also don't like the weaving question mark on the boobs. It looks like she has 2 woven baskets that she's using as a bra.
Or pie.
Or pie! What about a long skirt? Could be translucent if you're set on the legs. With a slit to access the thigh belt. I wouldn't do a skirt and the cape at the same time.
Yeah, that's too much length.
But if you got rid of the cape, that could absolutely work. Yeah. But even if it's translucent, Twitch still wouldn't be happy you're showing too much of the hip area. Other than that, I think the tribal looks pretty okay. I would get rid of the weird woven bra and probably just take this screen and bring it up a bit more. Yeah, I think I'd also get rid of the cape. I feel like the edge is supposed to resemble moss, but it kind of just looks furry.
It does look furry.
If you really want the cape, I would maybe make it like a cape made out of feathers or leaves. But I really don't think you need it. I think you've already got a lot of visual interest with your silhouette of the 2 low twin tails that come out. I really don't think you need it.
Invoke the power of Miku. Use the big twin tails.
Mm-hmm.
They have power.
I think the cape is a bit too much. So I would cover her up a little bit more, make her a little less horny. She's also
Moss, bro. That sounds itchy.
That sounds very itchy. I would also consider, if she's an elf, she's running around tracking and hunting. I understand why there's no boots. She's probably used to that. But I would still want to cover up her legs from like as you're running through the underbrush, she's going to be getting little scratches from like sticks that are poking out and stuff like that. So
thorns and yeah,
if she's supposed to be hunting, she needs to cover up a bit more. This seems more like a costume than anything practical that someone would be hunting in. Like
ceremonial.
Yeah. So yeah, just keep in mind the purpose of what the character is doing when they're wearing their outfit, I think. You know? More horny, got it. Well, if you want to be more horny, there's many other things you could do. But again, if this is supposed to be for Twitch, no! Twitch is gonna beat your ass. You can only do that on Blue Twitch. This is not Blue Twitch.
It purple.
Yeah, purple Twitch. Okay. Alright. Okay, well it's about midnight, so I feel like we should maybe stop here. Right as we get to our character.
Damn. Yelled at me and I don't even get my picks in.
Well, we can do this again if there's enough. If people submit enough characters, we can do this again next week.
Let's see. There's about 13, not counting anything that might be said no to.
13
I don't know
ones
how
to
many
check for next time?
Yeah.
I've
Who knows what more?
Just make you add more. Definitely submit more of my terrible pickers and some works for reevaluation. Yeah, we can make this a series. Absolutely,
yeah.
I would love to. That sounds wonderful. I would love to do that. But yeah, I think we've seen enough patience for today. I think it's time to close the office. So yeah, please feel free to submit more character designs, whether they're your own OCs, pickers, characters from media, all that stuff. I'd love to see this series grow. I'm having a lot of fun with this. So yeah, we'll do more of this soon. Depending on if we have enough, we'll do this again next week. If not, maybe we'll take a break for a week and do it every 2 weeks. I don't know. Yeah. So thank you all for coming to the clinic. I appreciate you. Woo Woo's live. I feel like we gotta stream to Woo Woo. We gotta get in. We gotta get Woo Woo.
Get her.
We gotta fucking get her. I mean, when I fucking get her.
Beanie, get your butt ready because we got some work to do.
Oh, absolutely. No worries, though. You let me know what you want, and we'll work on it together. I'm happy to help. All right, we're gonna go raid Woo Woo.
Get her.
Just playing Monster Hunter Wilds that just came out. Sure, she's very excited. Oh, she's using that outfit. I love that outfit. Alright, we're gonna start the raid. Yeah, my tummy hurty. And I need to eat food. Wait, my hemorrhagic fever, you still haven't treated it. Go to Emerge! The doctor's office is closed!
Oh, they are. Clinic closed.
The clinic closed. I have tummy hurty. It's clearly more important. So yeah, we're gonna do this more. We'll do this more later. We'll use this office asset again. Do you guys like it? I made it. I made this.
I made these.
But yeah, so everybody will be playing Warframe tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. It's been really great. We'll do this again. If you missed anything, the VOD's always there. Feel free to go watch that on YouTube. But yeah, I'm gonna go take care of tummy hurty. Thank you all for hanging out. I love you all. Be good for woo woo. Good night, everybody. Night night.